Chapter 4362. Princess Jianglin was wreaking havoc in the ancestral lands of the demon clan. The old tortoise was having a hard time. That was the princess. Everyone spoiled her. Even the old tortoise couldn't say anything. However, the old tortoise couldn't wait for her to leave. If she continued to wreak havoc, the old tortoise would go crazy. Fortunately, Jiang Renhuang wouldn't stay in the ancestral lands forever. The Jiang clan of the Ancients was rooted in the human realm. Jiang Renhuang wouldn't stay in the heaven realm for long. Time passed. The day of the showdown between Gu Fei and the Supreme King of the ancestral realm had finally arrived. Powerful figures began to appear outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. Among them, there were cultivators from the heaven realm and the ancestral realm. However, at this time, the cultivators from the ancestral realm didn't dare to underestimate the cultivators from the heaven realm. One had to know that even Jin Jiuxing of the primogenitor realm's Jin clan had died in the heaven realm's eastern domain. He had been smashed in the head by a monkey. The gold spiritual ape clan was the inheritance of a supreme. The ancestor of the gold spiritual ape clan was an extreme supreme. There weren't many of them, but every one of them was extremely powerful. Yuan Gang was at the peak of quasi-supreme. Yuan Hong was even stronger. He received all the inheritance his father had left him. If he wasn't in the heaven realm, he would have broken through to the extreme grade long ago. Where's Gu Fei? Is he afraid to come? A loud shout came from the ancient battlefield of the stars. The voice echoed throughout the star region. All the cultivators outside the ancient battlefield were shocked. Don't be presumptuous here. Why wouldn't Gu Fei come? Some cultivators from the heaven realm scolded. Die. In the next moment, a huge hand grabbed towards the heaven realm expert from the ancient starry sky battlefield. Uft. We still don't know who's going to die yet. That person smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, a beam of light shot out from his body and pierced through the large hand that was grabbing at him. What? The cultivator in the ancient battlefield of the stars was shocked and wanted to make another move. At this moment, an arrow light shot into the ancient starry sky battlefield from afar, causing the person who had attacked to explode into a mist of blood. How dare you kill my people? A figure who was sitting cross-legged in the ancient battlefield of stars suddenly opened his eyes. Humph! Supreme King, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. A silhouette rushed over from afar. This person was wielding a huge bow, exuding a strong battle intent. Countless Tao inscriptions could be seen interweaving on the bow. Shooting sun. When the Supreme King, who was sitting cross-legged in the ancient starry sky battlefield, saw that person, his eyes lit up. Little fellow, you're courting death. At the same time, another silhouette appeared outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. This person's white robes fluttered in the wind, exuding an elegant demeanor. It was a white-robed young man, Star Beast Venerable. When the Supreme King saw this white-robed young man, his expression changed. Who would have thought that this fellow would come as well? This was a beast sovereign, a supreme existence at the level of a supremacy. In the eyes of the Star Beast Venerable, the 12 kings of supreme beings were just a joke. The Supreme King of the 12 kings of supreme beings was just a small fry. Me too. A gust of black wind blew through the star field, and a figure appeared beside the Star Beast Sovereign. This fellow was dressed in black, revealing only a pair of eyes. This fellow was the Black Wind Sovereign. I didn't think you would dare to come here. A black-robed, middle-aged man beside the Supreme King stared at the Black Wind Sovereign and the others and said coldly, TCH, this isn't some dragon's lair or tiger's den. Can't we come here? Even if this is a dragon's lair or tiger's den, so what? We will still barge in, the Black Wind Sovereign said disapprovingly. Is that so? At this moment, an old voice sounded. The Black Wind Sovereign and the others quickly looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a white-robed old man holding a walking stick, leading a group of people over from a distant star field. old ancestor of the Sky Clan. When the Black Wind Sovereign saw the old man, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Back then, the Sky Clan was defeated by Gu Fei, and even Gu Fei occupied their ancestral land. However, Gu Fei didn't attack the other supremacies of the Sky Clan and allowed them to leave. Now, the old ancestors of the Sky Clan had started to attack the Black Wind Sovereign and the others. It had to be said that when Gu Fei didn't destroy the Sky Clan back then, he had left behind a huge problem for himself. Of course, Gu Fei didn't care. He would kill anyone who dared to provoke him. Old ancestor Sky Dome, back then, my master let your Sky Clan off. Is this how you repay my master? The Black Wind Sovereign stared at the old man opposite him and said coldly, Gu Fei is a great enemy of our clan. We are always thinking about how to take revenge. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. We naturally can't let it go. The old man laughed loudly. You will pay for what you have done today. The Shooting Sun Sovereign said suddenly, Old ancestor, why are you still talking to these guys? Why don't we give Gu Fei a big gift before he comes? A green-robed, middle-aged man behind the old man said coldly, Oh, I wonder what kind of gift Brother Chu wants to give to Gu Fei. The old ancestor Sky Dome said, How about the heads of these three guys? The green-robed, middle-aged man glanced at the Star Beast Sovereign and the others and said coldly, That's a good idea. The old ancestor Sky Dome nodded. A bunch of reckless guys. The day my master returns to the ancestral realm will be the day your clan is exterminated. The Shooting Sun Supreme clenched the divine bow in his hand and said, while gritting his teeth, Is that so? Gu Fei can still return to the ancestral realm? I reckon that Gu Fei won't dare to come either. The group of people behind the old ancestor Sky Dome said unscrupulously, He still doesn't know when he's about to die. Sigh. The Star Beast Sovereign suddenly shook his head and sighed. What did you say? The green-robed, middle-aged man stared at the Star Beast Sovereign with an ugly expression. It's not up to you to decide whether my little brother will obtain the ancestral realm or not. At this moment, a rather young voice was suddenly heard. Then, everyone saw a yellow-skinned, middle-aged man walking over from afar while holding the hand of a purple-clothed little girl. Lowly creatures from the lower realm, scram! The green-robed, middle-aged man waved his sleeves, and a cold light flew out from his sleeves and strangled the two people who were approaching. Killing without a word of disagreement. Very good. The yellow-faced and emaciated middle-aged man waved his right hand, and the killing cold light fell into his hand. What? The green-robed middle-aged man was shocked and was about to recall his natal sword. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man, who seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness, grabbed with his right hand, and the sword light immediately shattered. The middle-aged man from the Chu family shrieked and spat out a mouthful of blood. The destruction of his natal sword had severely injured him. This. Chapter 4363. Outside the ancient battlefield in the heavenly realm, everyone stared at the skinny middle-aged man holding the little girl's hand in astonishment. The middle-aged man was sallow and emaciated, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. However, he directly crushed the life sword of an expert from the Chu clan from the ancestral realm. The experts from the heavenly realm did not think much of it, but the people from the ancestral realm were different. They knew how powerful this expert from the Chu clan was. That was because extreme grade supremes couldn't casually appear in the heavenly realm. This expert from the Chu clan was only a quasi-supremes. However, this quasi-supremes of the Chu clan had a cultivation at the peak of the quasi-supremes. His life Dao weapon was extremely powerful. It was a quasi-supreme Dao weapon. However, this sickly-looking guy could actually crush a quasi-supreme Dao weapon with his bare hands. Was he an extreme supremacy? Ancestor Tianqiong had just arrived in the heavenly realm. No one behind him had seen this middle-aged man before. They would never have guessed that this middle-aged man was the strongest person in the heavenly realm. Jiang Renhuang. The little girl Jiang Renhuang was holding was his precious daughter, Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin had finally left the ancestral realm of the demon clan. The happiest person was Old Turtle. How dare you destroy my life Tao weapon? The Chu clan will not let you off. The expert from the Chu clan was furious. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Jiang Renhuang. The experts from the heavenly realm who saw this scene were all shocked. The people from the ancestral realm were really powerful. Not just any powerful, but extremely powerful. These guys dared to shout at a human emperor? Did they not want to live? Even the Star Beast Sovereign and the others were dumbfounded. This was an extreme king sovereign. Ancestor Tianqiong and the others really did not know how to write the word death. Chu clan? Is it very powerful? Princess Jiang Lin tilted her head and looked at the expert from the Chu clan with an innocent expression. Ha! The inheritance of the ancestral realm is not something that lowly beings like you can imagine. A young man in white next to Ancestor Tianqiong waved his fan and looked at Jiang Renhuang and the little princess with disdain. Lowly beings from the lower realm? When Jiang Lin heard that, she was immediately displeased. Even Jiang Renhuang's face turned a bit ugly. These guys are really courting death. Star Beast Venerable muttered, "Kill." The next moment, a figure rushed out from behind Ancestor Tianqiong. This person roared and directly attacked Jiang Renhuang and Princess Jiang Lin. A giant hand fell from the sky, slapping toward Jiang Renhuang and Princess Jiang Lin. "Dad, these people are very fierce." The little princess, Jiang Lin, hid behind Jiang Renhuang. "Fierce? You think you can be fiercer than me?" Jiang Renhuang's eyes flashed. He straightened his back, and a monstrous imperial aura immediately burst out from his body. What? Old Ancestor Sky Venerable and the ancestral realm experts behind him were shocked. Apart from Old Ancestor Sky Venerable, the other ancestral realm experts were trembling under this imperial might. "Who the hell are you?" Old Ancestor Sky Venerable roared, and an equally powerful pressure burst out from his body. "How dare you scare my baby daughter? You can go to hell now." Jiang Renhuang didn't want to talk nonsense with these guys. He directly stretched out his right hand and pressed toward the people opposite him. Boom! A giant hand directly appeared in the void between heaven and earth, directly obliterating Old Ancestor Sky Venerable and the others. This giant hand rapidly grew in the eyes of Old Ancestor Sky Venerable. He wanted to retreat, but the next moment he was inexplicably shocked. His body did not move at all, and the void around him seemed to have condensed into an immortal piece of divine iron. Confinement of the void? Patriarch Heaven's shock was really not to be underestimated. The others were all terrified to the extreme. Some of them were not strong enough, and they were so scared that they wet themselves. Boom! Before Old Ancestor Sky Venerable could finish his thought, Jiang Renhuang's giant hand directly fell, smashing the old ancestor of the Sky Clan and the people he brought with him into a mist of blood. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed, and they could not be more dead. What? When the Supreme King saw this scene in the ancient battlefield of the stars, he almost exclaimed. He never thought that the sickly Qian would be so powerful. He killed a supreme being with one move. Even a supreme being could not withstand one move. That old ancestor Sky Venerable was a supreme being of the Sky Clan. Although Old Ancestor Sky Venerable's cultivation was sealed, he had a real extreme path constitution. This extreme path constitution was extremely tyrannical. In the heaven realm and the human realm, existences with extreme path constitution could absolutely do whatever they wanted in the heaven realm and the human realm. However, someone as strong as Old Ancestor Sky Venerable was also killed with one slap. Even the extreme path Tao artifact on Old Ancestor Sky Venerable was directly destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Senior, this is too wasteful. At this time, a voice came from afar. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure, with his hands behind his back, walking over step by step. With just a few steps, this person directly arrived outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. Gu Fei. In the ancient battlefield of the stars, as soon as the Supreme King saw that person, his eyes immediately narrowed. What waste! Jiang Renhuang said disapprovingly. If I had eaten that guy just now, my cultivation might have broken through to the extreme path realm. Gu Fei laughed. Cultivation is all about one step at a time. If you use this method to increase your cultivation, be careful that your Tao foundation is not stable. Jiang Renhuang sighed. Hearing this, Gu Fei was about to reply. However, at this time, the Supreme King's voice suddenly came from inside the ancient battlefield of the stars. Gu Fei, why haven't you come in to die? There was not a trace of emotion in the voice. Ha ha! Gu Fei suddenly laughed out loud. The next moment, he strode into the ancient battlefield of the stars and stood opposite the Supreme King. At this time, everyone was extremely nervous. Gu Fei and the Supreme King of the ancestral realm Eastern region were about to fight. A battle of this level was rare. Just as Gu Fei entered the ancient battlefield of the stars, Old Tortoise arrived with a group of subordinates. More and more experts gathered outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. A ray of golden light pierced through the pitch-black sky and landed outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. The power of metal was vast and mighty, and a figure appeared in the golden light. Yuan Hong had arrived. Is that the person who killed Jin Jiuxing? As soon as the experts from the ancestral realm saw Yuan Hong, some of them exclaimed. Jin Jiuxing was a famous expert from the ancestral realm. This Yuan Hong was able to kill Jin Jiuxing. This was unbelievable to the experts from the ancestral realm. At the same time, a giant dragon shadow appeared in the sky. The ancestral dragon, Qi, spread everywhere. The human realm's expert, Azure Dragon, had arrived. Just as Azure Dragon arrived, a divine bird flew in from afar. As its giant wings flapped, the surrounding stars shook violently as if they were about to fall from the sky. The little Peng Emperor had arrived. Chapter 4364. The battle between Gu Fei and the Supreme King, one of the 12 Supreme Kings from the ancestral realm, shocked both the heaven realm and the human realm. Countless experts rushed to the ancient battlefield of the stars in the heaven realm. Even some super antiques that had disappeared for countless years jumped out. In an instant, countless experts gathered outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. Compared to the experts from the heaven realm and human realm, the experts from the ancestral realm were pitifully few. There were only a few dozen experts from the ancestral realm, while there were countless experts from the heaven realm and human realm. The starry sky was filled with powerful figures. When the dozens of experts from the ancestral realm saw this, they were all shocked. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated the experts from the heaven realm. Previously, the experts from the ancestral realm slaughtered everywhere and were invincible. That was because the true experts from the heaven realm had not acted yet. Boom! Just then, a loud sound came from the ancient battlefield of the stars. An extremely powerful ripple of power spread out from the ancient battlefield of the stars. Has it finally begun? Everyone perked up. In the ancient starry sky battlefield, two silhouettes collided. In the next moment, a terrifying destructive force spread out in all directions. Wherever this power passed, it obliterated everything. What Supreme King? In my eyes, you're just an ant. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. A tyrannical power erupted from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble and crack after crack in pitch-black space. It was as if the world could no longer contain his powerful body. Ha ha, shameless boasting. Do you think you're still the invincible Gu Fei? You're just a quasi-supreme now. The Supreme King laughed and attacked, fighting with Gu Fei. Is that so? Gu Fei moved rapidly in the void. Every punch he threw out had the power to shatter the heavens and the earth. The tyrannical martial arts power displayed great power. No matter what divine ability the Supreme King used, Gu Fei only used one punch. Although his punch looked simple, it was all-encompassing. It was the strongest battle skill he had comprehended. This fist technique was the extremity breaker fist that Gu Fei had created when he was in the Eternal Stratum. Sky-breaking kill. The Supreme King roared out in rage. He had finally used his trump card. The moment his mystic skill was unleashed, the entire world collapsed and shattered. The destructive power that was formed was unbelievably strong. This destructive power directly engulfed Gu Fei. However, in the next moment, Gu Fei broke through the destructive power and charged out. Heaven-splitting saber. As soon as Gu Fei rushed out, the Supreme King slashed at Gu Fei with a saber. The sharp saber light soared tens of thousands of feet, as though it could split heaven and earth. "I'll break the sky with one hand." With a roar, Gu Fei clenched his right hand into a fist and threw a punch at the saber light. Clang! The sharp saber light landed on Gu Fei's fist. In the next moment, there was the sound of metal clashing. The saber light was shattered by Gu Fei's fist. Gu Fei's invincible fist had just exploded. One fist breaking the extremity. "I am invincible." Gu Fei immediately threw out his strongest punch. This punch instantly broke through his limits. Whether it was his strength or speed, they had reached the extreme all of a sudden. The Supreme King couldn't help but be startled by this fist. Before he could react, the other party's fist had already smashed into his chest. Roar! The Supreme King roared in rage. In the next moment, his entire body exploded. Blood flowed through his tendons and bones, and he was turned into a bloody mist. 3 beams of divine light rushed out of the bloody mist. They were 3 supreme Tao treasures. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. These 3 supreme Tao treasures were trying to escape. Trying to escape? Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the 3 beams of divine light. Then he threw the 3 supreme Tao treasures into the mountain and river cauldron and sealed them. Other than the 3 supreme Tao treasures, everything else on the Supreme King's body was destroyed by Gu Fei's punch. Nothing was left. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this, especially those from the ancestral realm. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. How is this possible? The subordinates of the Supreme King could not believe that their master had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated so quickly. That was the Supreme King of the 12 kings of the ancestral realm. He was the strongest existence among the 12 kings of the ancestral realm. Yet he had been smashed into pieces by a single punch. Due to the existence of the power of heavenly punishment, the heavenly realm could not use the power of the Supreme Tao. However, the Supreme King's supremacy body was the real deal. Even the powerful King's supremacy body could not withstand a single punch from Gu Fei. One could imagine how powerful Gu Fei's punch was. The Supreme King was actually defeated. The experts from the ancestral realm looked as if they had lost their parents. The experts from the heavenly realm cheered, who said that the beings from the lower realm were weaker than those from the heavenly realm, who said that the beings from the ancestral realm were superior. When Gu Fei destroyed the Supreme King with a single punch, all the experts from the heavenly realm felt proud. All the experts from the ancestral realm realized that the beings from the lower realm could also grow to an unimaginable level. Just as everyone thought that the Supreme King had been killed by a single punch from Gu Fei, a powerful spiritual will rippled across the sky. The Supreme King is not dead. The experts from the ancestral realm were both surprised and happy. I knew it. That's the Supreme King. How could he be killed so easily? An ancestor-level existence from the ancestral realm said. At this time, the blood mist suddenly shrank and a figure appeared. Struggling before death? Gu Fei's lips curled up and he punched again. Bam! With a muffled sound, The Supreme King that had just appeared exploded once again. Everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Fei is actually this powerful. Green Dragon's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Little Peng had to admit that he was still not Gu Fei's match. Master is too powerful. Black Wind supremacy. And the others were overjoyed. Gu Fei seemed to only be a quasi-supremacy, but his combat strength was heaven-defying. He actually destroyed the Supreme King with a single punch. The Supreme King was one of the 12 Supreme Kings of the eastern region of the Ancestral Realm. Even Black Wind would have to take a detour if he met him in the Ancestral Realm. Rumble. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. All the experts from the heavenly realm and human realm changed their expressions. Sky Punishment. Chapter 43:65. Rumble. In the depths of the sky, thunderous booms resounded, shocking all the experts outside the ancient starry sky battlefield to the extreme, especially the experts from the heaven realm and the human realm. They were familiar with the destructive power that came from the depths of the sky. Divine punishment. The little Peng Emperor raised his head and looked into the depths of the sky. His golden eyes shone with golden light. Divine punishment. Yuan Hong, the golden spiritual ape, also looked into the sky and frowned. Dad, what's going on? Is my little brother okay? The little princess looked at Jiang Renhuang worriedly. What happened to your little brother? Jiang Renhuang smiled. In the past few days in the ancestral land of the Demon Clan, he had discussed Tao with Gu Fei. He knew that Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the legendary Eternal Realm, the Eternal Stratum, to extreme Tao paragons and ultimate monarch paragons. The Eternal Stratum was something that only existed in legends. Even Jiang Renhuang had never heard of anyone who could touch that level, let alone break through to that level and become an eternal supreme being. In fact, for extreme supremes, the extreme of Tao was not the end. In other words, there should be another realm above the extreme realm. That realm was the legendary Eternal Realm. However, since ancient times, the Eternal Realm was only a legend. However, Jiang Renhuang had learned from Gu Fei that the Eternal Supremacy Realm was not a legend, but a true supreme realm that truly existed. And in the Ancestral Realm, there was such a supreme existence. The Ancestral Realm is a paradise for extreme supremes. Jiang Renhuang exclaimed. At this time, the divine punishment really came. The terrifying destructive power came from the depths of the sky and fell directly into the ancient battlefield of the stars. In the next moment, the ancient battlefield of the stars exploded. The power of the divine punishment obliterated everything. Half of the ancient battlefield of the stars disappeared from the world. Seeing the scene, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. The power of the divine punishment was indeed powerful. This kind of power was definitely not something an ordinary extreme supremes could withstand. Even the experts from the primogenitor's realm were stunned. They had never seen the power of heaven's punishment before. Now it seemed that it was indeed terrifying. This way, the fellows from the primogenitor realm finally behaved themselves. Previously, some of them had wanted to undo the seal on their bodies and recover their extreme grade cultivation. Master! At this moment, the faces of the star beast Venerable and the others changed greatly. This level of power had clearly surpassed ordinary extreme power. Their master was only a quasi-sovereign, so it was impossible for him to resist this power. Gu Fei is dead for sure. In the primogenitor realm, an ancestor of the Li family sneered. That Supreme King is really ruthless. He actually recovered his extreme grade cultivation in this world. Is he trying to perish together with us? An elder from the primogenitor realm said solemnly. Although the Supreme King was a sovereign king, it was still unknown who was stronger against the power of the heavenly punishment. One had to know that a Supreme King wasn't something an ordinary extreme grade supreme being could compare to. Furthermore, the Supreme King was a king among the Supreme Kings. He was exceptionally powerful. These fellows are simply courting death. The old tortoise stared at the figure shrouded by the destructive light and sneered. The power of the heavenly punishment wasn't that simple. Killing an extreme-grade Supreme Being was as easy as killing an ant. Although the Supreme King was powerful, the old tortoise believed that he would also be obliterated by the power of the heavenly punishment. "Big brother!" Beside the old tortoise, Shaoqing looked worried. The Supreme King clearly wanted to drag Gu Fei down with him and perish together with Gu Fei. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the destructive light formed by the power of the heavenly punishment. The entire world shook violently under this roar. Then, everyone saw a shocking scene. Within the destructive light, a figure bathed in the power of the heavenly punishment roared towards the sky like a god of destruction. Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Countless experts from the heavenly realm and human realm almost dropped their eyeballs to the ground when they saw this scene. This fellow could actually resist the heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment? Is this all you've got? Gu Fei, you're dead meat today. That person said loudly, his voice shaking the sky. Is that so? A voice rang out. Then, everyone saw another figure appear in the light of destruction formed by the power of heavenly punishment. This person's entire body was filled with chaotic aura, and streaks of chaotic Tao patterns appeared and interweaved on his body, drawing upon the power of the great path of chaos to strengthen himself and actually blocking the surrounding light of destruction. This is too heaven-defying. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. There were actually two existences that were not afraid of the power of the heavenly punishment today. This was the power of the heavenly punishment that could kill an extreme-grade Supreme Being. Ever since the power of the heavenly punishment appeared, all the extreme-grade Supreme Beings who challenged the power of the heavenly punishment had failed. They were directly killed, their bodies and souls destroyed. No one had ever survived the power of the heavenly punishment. This was the case when the ancestor of the Wood Clan successfully resisted the power of the heavenly punishment with the primal chaos Fengtian diagram. However, at that time, the power of dozens of extreme-grade Supreme Beings was gathered to activate the primal chaos Fengtian diagram. Everyone found it hard to believe that Gu Fei and the Supreme King were not afraid of the power of the heavenly punishment. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. You have an eternal Tao artifact. Gu Fei stared at the Supreme King and said coldly, "Humph, don't you also have an eternal Tao artifact to protect yourself?" The Supreme King sneered. Gu Fei was once a supreme existence in the eternal realm. It was not strange for him to have several eternal Tao artifacts. After all, weren't eternal Tao artifacts refined by eternal paragons of the eternal realm? Is this the reason why you dare to challenge me? Gu Fei finally knew why this guy dared to challenge him. It turned out that he had an eternal Tao artifact. Humph, prepare to die. The Supreme King could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He directly attacked Gu Fei. An eternal sword Qi rushed out of his body and slashed at Gu Fei. The eternal sword light directly broke through the power of the heavenly punishment and instantly slashed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's lips curled up. In the next moment, he clenched his right hand. His spine shook like a dragon, and a violent wave of eternal power surged towards his fist. Whoosh! His fist was like a cannonball, smashing towards the eternal sword light that was slashing down. Clang! Gu Fei's fist instantly smashed against the eternal sword light. In the next moment, the eternal sword light, which seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth, shattered in the void. Chapter 43:66. The power of heaven's punishment was invincible and could kill supremes. Before today, cultivators from both the heaven realm and the human realm thought that no one could survive the power of heaven's punishment. No one could fight against the power of heaven's punishment. However, what happened today was beyond everyone's understanding. It turned out that not everyone could destroy the power of heaven's punishment. Rumble! The sound of thunder grew louder and louder. The entire sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. It was extremely frightening. Under the cover of the power of heaven's punishment, two figures moved quickly in the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, Gu Fei was thrown thousands of miles away. The Supreme King only took a few steps back. The Supreme King's cultivation was still rising. Soon he broke through to the extreme grade. The extremely powerful extreme grade power spread in all directions. All the cultivators who were watching the battle retreated immediately. Extreme divine might was not something that just anyone could withstand. Humph! Jiang Renhuang waved his right hand, and countless Tao patterns appeared in the sky and turned into a huge Tao pattern, blocking the mighty divine power of the great path from the starry sky ancient battlefield. The Supreme King did not care about the lives of the living beings from the heaven realm and the human realm. If they were enveloped by the extreme grade power, all living beings below the extreme grade would be destroyed in both body and soul. Jiang Renhuang had saved countless cultivators with one move. The Supreme King could not help but be moved when he saw this. Damn it, Gu Fei was enraged. This guy saw the lives of all living beings as worthless. He was too arrogant and cold-blooded. In the next moment, a beam of eternal God light shot out of his chest. This beam of eternal God light pierced through the Supreme King's body at extreme speed. Whoosh! The eternal light flashed and pierced through the Supreme King's body. What? The Supreme King looked down and saw that there was a fist-sized hole in his chest. Fresh blood was seeping out of the hole. You! The Supreme King could not believe it. Roar! The Supreme King went crazy. He desperately used his mystic art to activate the eternal weapon in his body. The wound on his chest quickly healed. Clang! A sword, or more accurately, half of an eternal sword appeared. However, even though it was only half of an eternal sword, it was still able to block the power of the heavenly punishment. Ha! When Gu Fei saw the eternal Tao artifact on the Supreme King's body, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Today, I will show you what a true eternal Tao artifact is. Gu Fei said in a deep voice, Kill! The Supreme King couldn't be bothered to talk to Gu Fei. Sword, come! Gu Fei waved his right hand, and a sword light immediately rushed out of his body. He then grabbed it and slashed at the Supreme King. Buzz! The divine sword hummed, and the sword light flashed by, directly breaking the Supreme King's sword light. In an instant, the Supreme King was cut in half, and blood splattered everywhere. Gu Fei attacked in anger. The power of this sword was not to be underestimated. The sword was the 9th Heaven Star sword. The 9th Heaven Star sword was a complete eternal Tao artifact. Compared to the half of the eternal Tao artifact that the Supreme King had obtained, it was a damaged eternal Tao artifact. The half of the Supreme King's sword was directly destroyed by the 9th Heaven Star sword, a sword slaying a king of supreme godhead. This scene was shocking to the extreme. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Without the protection of the eternal power, the Supreme King didn't even have time to scream. His body, which had been cut in half, was completely obliterated by the power of the heavenly punishment. The Supreme King, who had dominated the ancestral realm for countless years, had fallen just like that. He's dead. The powerhouses from the ancestral realm were extremely frightened. Only now did they understand why the last extreme, grade supremacy of the wood race had fallen in this inferior world. He had died with everlasting regret. The Supreme King had never imagined that Gu Fei could use an eternal Tao artifact. It should be known that even an extreme grade supremacy would find it difficult to use an eternal Tao artifact. It was simply impossible for a quasi-supremacy to use an eternal Tao artifact. However, Gu Fei had done it. However, after he slashed out with his sword, he felt as if his entire body had been hollowed out, and he collapsed. Even though it was an eternal Tao artifact that he had personally refined, it still consumed a large amount of yuan qi to use it. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have already become a dried corpse. Soon, the aura on Gu Fei's body weakened rapidly. The mighty power of the heavenly punishment that descended from the sky started to recede and eventually disappeared. Gu Fei died. The moment the power of the heavenly punishment disappeared, an angry roar was heard. A moment later, a figure pounced towards Gu Fei like a bolt of lightning. It was a powerhouse from the ancestral realm. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Gu Fei was extremely weak to kill Gu Fei. "You're courting death." Just as Gu Fei was about to be smashed to bits by this fellow's punch, a furious roar rang out. Then a large hand stretched out from the side and slapped Gu Fei away. Bam! That person exploded in the air and turned into a mist of blood. Both his body and soul were destroyed. At the same time, a figure appeared next to Gu Fei. The person who attacked was a young man in white. He was the #1 powerhouse under Gu Fei, the star beast Venerable. He was a supreme being at the supremacy level. "Who else is there? Come out and die." The star beast Venerable glanced coldly at the people from the ancestral realm. With him around, anyone who wanted to kill his master would have to step over his dead body. Because once Gu Fei died, everyone would be buried with him. No one said anything. The star beast Venerable supported Gu Fei, waved his sleeve, and instantly disappeared into the void. The black wind supremacy and the shooting sun supremacy quickly chased after them. "Let's go." Jiang Renhuang also left with the little princess. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. The battle had ended. No one had expected such an ending. The Supreme King was dead, but Gu Fei was still alive. When his cultivation recovered to the extreme grade realm, or even the eternal grade, he would definitely return to the ancestral realm. When that time came, who knew how many powerhouses would die? Outside the ancient battlefield of the stars, no one left for a long time. In the ancestral lands of the demon clan, the star beast Venerable guarded Gu Fei's side. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the peak of a mountain, breathing in and out the essence of heaven and earth. This battle had consumed a large amount of his vitality, and it had almost injured his Tao foundation. It was impossible for him to recover his vitality in a short period of time. Soon, Jiang Renhuang returned, Old Tortoise returned, and almost everyone returned. In an instant, the ancestral lands of the demon clan were bustling. Everyone gathered at the mountain where Gu Fei was. Chapter 4367. Gu Fei had killed a supreme king with a sword, shocking the world. All the powerful clans in the heaven realm were afraid of Gu Fei, because Gu Fei had revealed his trump card during the battle with the Supreme King. He was not afraid of heavenly punishment. This was an absolute deterrent to the countless forces in the heaven realm and the human realm. Did not fear heavenly punishment mean that Gu Fei could break through to the extreme grade in either the heaven realm or the human realm? In this way, Gu Fei could do whatever he wanted in the heaven realm and the human realm, especially those who had a grudge against Gu Fei. They were terrified, afraid that Gu Fei would come knocking on their door. Even the remnants of the primordial era became well-behaved. The sky demon descendant also chose to hide for the time being. The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed was too frightening. Anyone who provoked Gu Fei now would definitely be courting death. No one wanted to die. Haha, my little brother is too awesome. In the ancestral hall of the demon clan, the old tortoise lay on his throne and laughed heartily. The higher-ups of the demon clan were also laughing. At this time, the experts of the ancestral realm outside the ancestral hall had all retreated. Even the most arrogant Tian ancestor was nowhere to be seen. This time, a total of 2 ancestors from the Tian clan had come. One of them was killed by Jiang Renhuang outside the ancient battlefield of the stars, and the other ancestor had gone into hiding. The Tian clan could no longer bear the loss of a supreme king. It should be noted that even in the ancestral realm, it was not easy to cultivate to the supreme king level. If the Tian clan wanted to rise again, the ancestors of the Tian clan could not die. The Li clan and the Chu clan had also disappeared. These two clans had wanted to take advantage of Gu Fei's predicament to get rid of Gu Fei once and for all. However, who would have thought that Gu Fei's battle prowess would be so monstrous? Even the Supreme King, who had regained his King of Supreme being cultivation base, could not withstand his shocking sword strike. However, although Gu Fei had slain the Supreme King, he had also expended a great deal of yuan qi. At this time he was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak in the ancestral lands of the demon race. He was absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth to gradually recover his cultivation base. Little brother, you're too amazing. At this moment, Jiang Renhuang brought the little princess to the top of the mountain. That's your trump card. Jiang Renhuang sat across from Gu Fei. In the heavenly realm and the human realm, only things that surpass the extreme Tao can ignore the heavenly punishment. Gu Fei smiled. The legendary eternity. Jiang Renhuang sighed. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and it was almost impossible for him to take another step forward. But now, Gu Fei had given him hope. May I borrow your sword? Jiang Renhuang said. At this time, the little princess, Jiang Lin, who had caused chaos in the ancestral lands of the demon race, stood to the side obediently. She did not dare to be presumptuous. Gu Fei looked at Jiang Renhuang and did not speak. His right hand made a grabbing motion in the void, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. This sword, at first glance, looked like an ordinary black sword. If there was anything special about it, it would be that the body of the sword had spots of light that looked like starlight. However, if one looked closely, one could see that inside the sword body there seemed to be an endless starry sky sealed, and those spots of light were the stars. This was Gu Fei's sword of the 9 heaven stars. The sword of the 9 heaven stars was the first Tao instrument that Gu Fei had refined. Since he started cultivating, he had been refining it until today. Finally, it became an eternal Tao instrument. Now, the sword of the 9 heaven stars was definitely one of the strongest Tao instruments that Gu Fei had. It was also because of this that he could kill the Supreme King with one strike. As for the ancestral sword of gods, the cauldron of mountains and rivers, and the chaotic sky ceiling diagram, compared to the sword of the stars, they were still a lot weaker. That was because these Tao instruments were not eternal Tao instruments. The heavenly demon tower was also not an eternal Tao instrument, and the wheel of worlds in the heavens was very mysterious. Even Gu Fei could not tell if it was an eternal Tao instrument or not. Of course, among the Tao instruments that Gu Fei had, there were many that could compete with the divine punishment. However, they were not as good as the Tao instrument that he had refined himself. Thank you very much, Jiang Renhuang said seriously. Then he solemnly took the sword of the 9 heaven stars from Gu Fei's hand. His hand was trembling. This was the legendary eternal Tao instrument. Jiang Renhuang borrowed the sword of the 9 heaven stars from Gu Fei in order to take that step. Of course, whether or not he could take that step depended entirely on himself. If he could comprehend it, success would follow naturally, and he would reach the sky in one step. If he could not comprehend it, even if he held the sword of the 9 heaven stars for the rest of his life, he would not be able to take that step. The inside of this sword is a world of its own. Little sister, are you interested in going in and practicing? Gu Fei suddenly said to the little princess, Jiang Lin. Jiang Renhuang's heart skipped a beat. Is it fun? If it's fun, I'll go. The little princess said, blinking her big eyes. It's very fun. My disciple and grand-disciple are still practicing inside. They haven't come out yet. Gu Fei said with a smile. He wanted to help the little princess. Entering the world inside the sword of the 9 heaven stars was a great opportunity for any cultivator. Gu Ling had broken through to the quasi-supreme realm in there. Zhao Hao, Yin, and Meng Long were still practicing inside. Really? Then I want to go. The little princess said, clapping her hands. Good. As Gu Fei said, he directly pointed his finger. A divine light immediately rushed out from his fingertip and directly went into the sword of the 9 heaven stars in Jiang Renhuang's hand. The next moment, the sword of the 9 heaven stars let out a roar, and a door of light immediately appeared in the void. "Go," Gu Fei said. "Dad, little brother, then I'm going." The little princess jumped into the door of light, and the door of light immediately disappeared in the void. "Thank you, brother." Jiang Renhuang looked at Gu Fei seriously and said, "How much good fortune she can have depends on herself." Gu Fei said with a smile. Jiang Renhuang smiled and said nothing more. He directly held the sword of the 9 heaven stars and sat opposite to Gu Fei with his legs crossed and closed his eyes. Both Gu Fei and Jiang Renhuang were the most powerful existences in the heaven realm and the human realm, especially Gu Fei, who had just killed the Supreme King from the Ancestor Realm. No one in the heaven realm or the human realm could compete with Gu Fei in the limelight. At this time, both experts were sitting on a mountain peak in the ancestral land of the demon clan. No one dared to disturb them. Even Old Tortoise wandered for a long time at the foot of the mountain, and finally returned to the ancestral hall. Old Tortoise's uncle also came back. The strength of the demon clan had greatly increased. At this time, a mysterious force began to appear in the heaven realm and the human realm. In the human realm, in Wansheng City, on a dark and windy night, more than a dozen masked men in black suddenly erupted in the city and then attacked the city lord's mansion. The whole city was shocked. In the battle, countless soldiers of Wansheng City died, thousands of houses were destroyed, and the 2 guards of the city lord's mansion were killed. In the end, the Iron Blood Taoist personally took action and killed those crazy guys. In the heaven realm, there were also mysterious people attacking the bases or strongholds of the demon clan in the heaven realm, killing many of them. Chapter 43:68. When the descendants of the sky demon and the remnants of the primordial era had disappeared, a mysterious force suddenly emerged. This force began to stir up trouble in the heaven realm and the human realm. First, they suddenly attacked Wansheng City, which was also Gu Fei's lair, and started a massacre. When the news spread, the entire human realm was shocked. One must know that Gu Fei had just killed a king supreme of the ancestral realm in the heaven realm. When the news spread to the human realm, it shocked all the forces. However, no one expected that someone would dare to provoke Gu Fei at this moment and cause trouble in Gu Fei's lair. The Iron Blood Taoist immediately sent a distress message to Gu Fei in the heaven realm. That was because another wave of demonic creatures had besieged the city after he had dealt with a dozen or so fugitives. Countless demonic creatures appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the Wansheng City. Many winged demonic creatures even launched air attacks on Wansheng City. Fortunately, the defensive formation of Wansheng City was sturdy enough to block these flying demonic creatures. However, there were densely packed demonic creatures outside the city. Some of them were even more powerful. They spat demonic auras and crazily collided with the defensive formation of Wansheng City. The Iron Blood Taoist also realized that there was more than one powerful demonic aura outside the city. There was definitely a terrifying demon behind these demonic creatures that was secretly leading everything. Heaven Realm, the ancestral land of the demon race. On the mountain peak, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes and waved his right hand. A divine light immediately landed in his hand. Humph! Gu Fei was furious. Soon, Star Beast Venerable, Black Wind Supreme, and Shooting Sun Supreme arrived at the foot of the mountain. They then left the ancestral land of the demon race and headed for the human realm. Human realm, Eastern region, Wansheng City. On this day, a star descended from the sky and landed on Wansheng City. In the next moment, boundless starlight burst out from Wansheng City. The countless demonic creatures that surrounded Wansheng City were immediately pierced by the starlight and died instantly. Even the few demons in the dark were not spared. Primordial demons. The Shooting Sun Supreme's figure appeared at the top of Wansheng City's city wall. He couldn't help but frown when he saw the demonic creatures lying all over the ground outside the city. That mysterious power was not limited to just the primogenitor demons. This was because there were other experts attacking Wanxiang cities, other cities in the East region. As soon as the Black Wind sovereign arrived, he immediately made his move. Those fellows who were attacking other cities met with the Black Wind sovereign, and all of them ended up in tragedy. Gu Fei's powerful counterattack had suppressed all the forces. In the Heaven Realm, some experts suddenly attacked and destroyed several cities of the demon clan in the Heaven Realm. Old Tortoise personally took action and directly killed a mysterious expert. Are they all from the primogenitor world? Old Tortoise stood above the ruins and frowned as he looked down at the destroyed city below. He was shocked and angry. At this time, someone actually dared to cause trouble. They were courting death. Very soon, this mysterious force disappeared again after a brief appearance, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Time passed. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed. Gu Fei and Jiang Renhuang sat on the mountain peak for 3 years. On this day, Gu Fei and Jiang Renhuang laughed at the same time and stood up. At this moment, Gu Fei's vitality had recovered. He could feel that he was about to take that step. However, he knew that even if he had this feeling, he didn't know when he would actually take that step. This feeling was very mysterious. Even though Gu Fei had experienced it once, he still felt that the feeling was vague and illusory. It was as if it was very difficult to grasp. Even if he touched it, it was very difficult to take that step. One must know that it wasn't that easy to break through to the extreme grade Supreme Realm. Since ancient times, there were only a dozen known extreme grade Supremes in the Heaven Realm and the Human Realm. Of course, there were many extreme grade Supremes in the primogenitor world. Even in the present world, there weren't as many extreme grade Supremes as there were in the primogenitor world. The battle with the Supreme King made Gu Fei see the hope of breaking through to the extreme grade realm. In these 3 years, Jiang Renhuang had also obtained what he wanted. Thank you again, brother, Jiang Renhuang said sincerely to Gu Fei, then returned Gu Fei's 9 heaven stars sword to Gu Fei. Gu Fei took the 9 heaven stars sword and closed his eyes to sense it. Little girl is having fun in the 9 heaven stars sword. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly opened the inner world of the 9 heaven stars sword. A figure rushed out from inside. Dad, little brother. The little princess directly threw herself into Jiang Renhuang's arms. Holy Sovereign! Jiang Renhuang was surprised and happy. His precious daughter was already a holy sovereign. If she advanced one step further, she would be a quasi-sovereign. In just 3 years, the little princess had already become a holy sovereign. Her cultivation had jumped a few levels. Haha, good brother. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Jiang Renhuang laughed. Sure. Gu Fei smiled. In fact, Jiang Renhuang was both a teacher and a friend to Gu Fei. If it wasn't for Jiang Renhuang's guidance, he would have to take many detours in his cultivation. But now, in terms of cultivation, Gu Fei had already surpassed Jiang Renhuang because he was at least once a legendary eternal sovereign. Since ancient times, there had never been an eternal sovereign in the human realm, nor in the heaven realm. If Jiang Renhuang wanted to become eternal sovereign, there was no other way but to go to the primogenitor world. Only the primogenitor world could give birth to an eternal sovereign. Because the primogenitor world was the origin of all realms, the primogenitor world had things that no other realms had. It was rare for a perfect world like the heaven realm to give birth to an extreme sovereign. If there was an eternal sovereign, such a world would not be able to withstand the aura of an eternal sovereign. If an eternal sovereign appeared in the heaven realm would collapse instantly. Only an extremely stable world like the primogenitor world could withstand the aura of an eternal sovereign. 3 years. After studying the 9 heaven stars sword for 3 years, Jiang Renhuang finally succeeded in touching the eternal realm and grasped a trace of eternal Taoist rhyme. He had to go back and prepare. Jiang Renhuang took the little princess and left the demon clan's ancestral land. They also left the heaven realm and returned to the human realm. He had many things to prepare. The primogenitor world was not a paradise. It was an extremely cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was definitely not an easy task to survive there. Gu Fei naturally knew what Jiang Renhuang was going to do, so he did not ask him to stay. Looks like I have to go back too. Chapter 4369. Gu Fei had meditated for 3 years. Not only had his vitality completely recovered, but his cultivation had also reached the peak of the extreme grade. It would not be easy for him to advance further. Boom! On top of the mountain, Gu Fei's body shook. An extremely powerful divine aura immediately erupted from his body, causing pitch-black cracks to appear in the void around him. The heaven realm was a perfect heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth were extremely powerful, and the void was extremely stable. What is that guy doing? In the demon ancestral hall, the old tortoise suddenly had a bad feeling. In the next moment, the old tortoise disappeared from the ancestral hall. When he reappeared, he was already at the peak where Gu Fei was, the peak of the extreme grade. Are you going to take that step? The moment the old tortoise saw Gu Fei, he was so scared that he almost fell from the sky. He had cultivated for 2 lifetimes and was only at the mid-level of a quasi-supreme. This guy had cultivated for 2 lifetimes and surpassed him in both lifetimes. What use was a supremacy bloodline? The old tortoise finally realized that the so-called noble supremacy bloodline was actually a tribulation for him, a tribulation that was difficult to overcome. He knew very well that the supremacy bloodline limited his realm. Although the power of the supremacy bloodline was powerful, it was like a seal that kept his cultivation below the extreme grade. It was not impossible for the old tortoise to take that step, but first he had to sever the supremacy bloodline inherited from the Tai Huang. Otherwise, everything would be just a dream. However, it was not an easy task to sever the supremacy bloodline. To succeed, he had to pay a huge price. If he was not careful, he might die. The old tortoise was the son of the Tai Huang. He naturally would not be willing to be under someone else. He wanted to become an extreme grade supremacy. When he saw that Gu Fei's cultivation had reached the peak below the extreme grade, he was surprised and overjoyed. His intuition told him that Gu Fei could help him sever the supremacy bloodline. It's easier said than done to take that step. Gu Fei shook his head. He was once an eternal supremacy and had naturally experienced the supremacy tribulation. Becoming an extreme grade supremacy was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Then how about you lend me that sword as well? Old Tortoise landed in front of Gu Fei and looked at Gu Fei eagerly. Scram! Gu Fei flew up and kicked Old Tortoise's butt. Ah! The old tortoise let out a blood-curdling shriek. Like a cannonball, it shot up into the sky from the peak of the mountain and disappeared without a trace. The higher-ups of the demon clan at the foot of the mountain were all dumbfounded. Gu Fei went down the mountain. Then, some old friends began to visit him. Golden-winged little Peng Emperor? The first person who came to visit Gu Fei was the golden-winged little Peng Emperor of the golden-winged Great Peng race. This fellow is actually still alive. Gu Fei was slightly surprised. In the past, it was widely rumored in the outside world that the golden-winged little Peng Emperor had fallen long ago. But now, it seemed that all of this was just a rumor. Peak quasi-supreme being very good. Gu Fei could tell the golden-winged little Peng Emperor's cultivation at a glance. This golden-winged little Peng Emperor's cultivation had actually broken through to the peak quasi-supreme being realm. No one knew what the golden-winged little Peng Emperor had experienced all these years. In the past, the golden-winged little Peng Emperor fought with Gu Fei and was defeated by Gu Fei. Then, he was rescued by the old ancestor of the golden-winged Great Peng race. In the end, he entered the forbidden ground of the golden-winged Great Peng race for seclusion. This was no ordinary seclusion. It was a life and death seclusion. If he succeeded, his cultivation would increase exponentially. But if he failed, he would end up with a tragic fate of death. Obviously, the golden-winged little Peng Emperor succeeded. The golden-winged little Peng Emperor came to look for Gu Fei because he wanted to fight with Gu Fei. Even though he knew that he was no match for Gu Fei, he still came. At the peak of a mountain in the demon clan's ancestral ground, two figures stood. These two experts were facing each other, causing the sky above the mountain to change color. This guy must be tired of living. The old tortoise looked at the two figures on the mountain peak. Needless to say, the golden-winged little Peng Emperor was no match for Fei. "Your courage is commendable," Shaoqing laughed. The outcome of this battle was already decided. The golden-winged little Peng Emperor was defeated. He couldn't even block a single punch from Gu Fei and was sent flying by Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't kill the golden-winged little Peng Emperor. After the golden-winged little Peng Emperor, the second person who came to look for Gu Fei was the Azure Dragon. That's right, the Azure Dragon race, one of the 4 great races in the southern region of the human world. This Azure Dragon was the one who fought with Gu Fei in the past. However, although the Azure Dragon was strong, it was still not enough to stand in front of Gu Fei. The golden-winged little Peng Emperor was defeated, the Azure Dragon was defeated, and even Yuan Hong of the Golden Spiritual Ape fought a great battle with Gu Fei. That battle lasted for a long time. Gu Fei had the intention to help Yuan Hong achieve his goal. However, Yuan Hong wasn't able to break through the quasi-supremacy realm and become an extreme supremacy. In fact, Yuan Hong was facing the same predicament as the old tortoise. The supremacy bloodline in Yuan Hong's body made it difficult for him to break through. If he wanted to become an extreme supremacy, he would have to cut off the supremacy bloodline in his body. Other than that, there was no other way. In these 3 years, the heavenly realm was very peaceful. However, just as Gu Fei and Yuan Hong finished their discussion, the sky above the demon race's ancestral grounds suddenly darkened, and an extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky. Rays of demonic light directly broke through the void and turned into giant pillars that surrounded the entire demon race's ancestral grounds. This is the sudden change stunned countless demon race experts in the demon race's ancestral grounds. No one expected the demons to attack at this time. Buzz! The countless demonic pillars that surrounded the demon race's ancestral grounds erupted with endless demonic fire at the same time. The demonic fire burned the void continuously. Demonic refinement of heaven and earth. Gu Fei die! With a furious roar, a terrifying demonic shadow descended from the sky. The moment the demonic shadow appeared, a huge demonic formation appeared between heaven and earth. The demonic shadow was located at the formation eye of this super demonic formation. The mighty demonic power of this super demonic formation was directly at the extreme supremacy realm. Rumble, the power of heavenly punishment was directly triggered. The power of destruction surged from the depths of the sky and obliterated everything. However, to everyone's shock, the demonic pillars actually held up a huge demonic diagram and blocked the power of heavenly punishment. Preposterous! The old tortoise immediately activated the protective formation of the demon race's ancestral grounds. However, to the old tortoise's disbelief, the protective formation of the demon race's ancestral grounds could not withstand the power of the super demonic formation. Countless ancient demon race Tao patterns dissipated in the void, and the protective formation of the demon race's ancestral grounds directly collapsed. Damn it! The old tortoise directly took out the Tai sovereign seal. Boom! A huge seal appeared in the sky above the demon race's ancestral grounds and blocked the destructive power of the demonic formation. Ancestral Demon. Chapter 40, 370. The primogenitor demons had prepared for 3 years and finally made their move. Their first move was earth-shattering. The primogenitor demons had used some kind of secret technique to set up a super demonic formation. The countless demonic pillars surrounding the demon race's ancestral land were all at the extreme Tao level. that demonic shadow was actually a remnant image of the first demon ancestor. The first demon ancestor was Gu Fei's greatest enemy. During the battle in the ancestral realm, he had used his life to initiate reincarnation and beat Gu Fei into reincarnation, reducing Gu Fei's cultivation. Gu Fei had nearly died. Even if he did not perish, he had suffered greatly. He had to cultivate anew and recover his strength step by step. Who would have thought that the primogenitor demons would summon a remnant soul of the first demon ancestor to guard this super demonic formation? The first demon ancestor had used his life to initiate reincarnation, but he was deader than dead. This remnant soul could not be considered the first demon ancestor anymore. It was just a manifestation of his undying remnant consciousness. Even an undying remnant consciousness of the first demon ancestor was incomparably terrifying. The moment the demonic shadow appeared, it suppressed the heavens and obliterated the universe, causing the power of the superformation to soar to an unimaginable level. It was as if the entire heavenly realm was about to be refined. If not for the Grand Sovereign Seal, the demon race's ancestral land, which was surrounded by countless demonic pillars, would have long been refined by the superformation. Buzz! The Grand Sovereign Seal vibrated. The superformation's power was so strong that even the Grand Sovereign Seal showed signs of being unable to withstand it. The old tortoise exerted all his strength to activate the Grand Sovereign Seal. However, this could not continue for long. The old tortoise was only a quasi-supremacy. Activating the Grand Sovereign Seal required a large amount of yuan qi. Quickly think of a way. The old tortoise shouted at Gu Fei. At this time, his forehead was already covered in a layer of cold sweat. At this moment, countless experts of the demon clan were stunned by the scene. They were extremely terrified, and only a few of them were barely able to hold on. Sigh. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. The primogenitor demons were really endless. What made Gu Fei the most unhappy was that the various forces in the primogenitor realm were actually watching from the sidelines. Due to Gu Fei's appearance, the major forces in the primogenitor realm stopped hunting the primogenitor demons. They all chose to preserve their strength. In fact, the major forces in the primogenitor realm had already received the news that the primogenitor demons were going to attack Gu Fei. They naturally wanted to see Gu Fei suffer. The best-case scenario would be for Gu Fei and the ancestor demons to fight to the death, and then they would reap the benefits. 3 years ago, when Gu Fei fought the primogenitor realm's supreme king, he had revealed his trump card, which was that he didn't fear heavenly punishment and had slain a paragon king with his sword. Since the primogenitor demons dared to attack, they naturally weren't afraid of Gu Fei. Buzz! Gu Fei pointed his finger, and a sword rainbow immediately rushed out from his fingertip. It directly soared into the sky and pierced through the super demonic array's eye. As long as the demonic figure in the super demonic array's eye was destroyed, the array would no longer be a problem. The sword light directly broke through the layers of demonic power. Just as it was about to slash the demonic figure in the super demonic array's eye, the sword light suddenly exploded. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw the scene. This was an attack that he had unleashed with his eternal power, but it was actually blocked. At this moment, a demonic wheel appeared in the super demonic array's eye and enveloped the demonic figure. This is the legendary world-destroying demonic wheel. In the distant sky, an old man exclaimed in surprise. The primogenitor demons' move this time was too big. All the experts in the heaven realm felt the terrifying demonic aura, especially near the demon clan's ancestral ground. Countless living beings were extremely terrified. The world-destroying demonic wheel was a legendary supreme demonic artifact in the primogenitor realm. It was even more powerful than the heavenly demonic tower. Legend had it that it was refined by a demon lord in the eternal realm. That demon lord in the eternal realm was the world-destroying demon lord. With the appearance of the world-destroying demonic wheel, the power of the entire super demonic array surged again. This time, Even the power of heaven's punishment was blocked. A wisp of demonic aura swept down from the world-destroying demonic wheel. The Tai sovereign seal directly fell from the sky. It was covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any time. They weren't Tao artifacts of the same level. The difference was too big. An eternal Tao artifact could crush an extreme Tao artifact. Wah! Old Tortoise spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned as white as paper. He was seriously injured. At the same time, the demonic diagram formed by the super demonic array descended from the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was obliterated into nothingness. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing the scene, everyone was in despair. Haha, Gu Fei is definitely going to die this time. The experts from the primogenitor realm who were watching the battle from afar were all extremely nervous and excited. These people had some grudges with Gu Fei, and they could not wait for Gu Fei to be killed by the primogenitor demons. It should be known that Gu Fei's reappearance had once again broken the balance of power in the primogenitor realm. Once Gu Fei returned to the primogenitor realm, the entire cultivation structure of the primogenitor realm would be reshuffled. When that time came, many people would die. A sword crosses the heavens, sweep away evil. Gu Fei roared, and a ray of sword light immediately rushed out from his body. A terrifying power of the sword way erupted from the ray of sword light. Rumble! As soon as this sword came out, the entire super demonic array immediately shook. Even the world-ending demonic wheel in the sky was vibrating. The two eternal Tao treasures clashed directly. At this time, Old Tortoise used his Xian technique and withdrew the Tai Huang seal. When he saw the cracks on the Tai Huang seal, he almost spat out blood again. The Tai Huang seal was now almost half destroyed. Kill! The demonic shadow in the eye of the super demonic array roared. Endless power of the demonic way gathered in a frenzy, and the world-ending demonic wheel immediately erupted with unprecedented power. Boom! The world-ending demonic wheel directly blasted down from the sky towards Gu Fei. The monstrous demonic qi directly shattered the world. Kill! Gu Fei roared, and the eternal sword light in the sky immediately rushed towards the world-ending demonic wheel. Boom! The two shocking powers collided in an instant. The next moment, the void in the sky suddenly shattered and was annihilated. A huge black hole appeared between heaven and earth. A sword flew down from the sky, and with a clang, it stabbed in front of Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. He was finally moved. The world-exterminating demonic will had actually deflected his 9 heaven star sword and continued to grind downwards. Haha, Gu Fei, today is the day you die. The demonic shadow roared crazily. Damn it! Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked and angry. These guys seemed to be well prepared. Not only did they summon the primogenitor's undying remnant thought, but they also used the eternal Tao treasure, the world-ending demonic wheel. Chapter 4371. During the strongest battle in the primogenitor realm, Gu Fei and the first demon fought to the point where the heavens and earth split apart. In the end, the first demon used his life to initiate reincarnation and beat Gu Fei into reincarnation. Gu Fei's cultivation was nearly stripped away by the power of reincarnation. If it wasn't for the eternal true bone in his chest that could still condense eternal power, he would have been beaten into immortal. Thanks to the existence of the eternal true bone, Gu Fei was able to cultivate to the quasi-supremacy realm so quickly. However, the first demon that used his life to initiate reincarnation wasn't so lucky. The price he paid to beat Gu Fei into reincarnation was too great. He burned his life and ended up with his soul destroyed. However, the first demon's inextinguishable remnant will remain at the place where he died. This remnant will drifted between heaven and earth, turning the battlefield into a terrifying demonic domain. The primogenitor demons used some kind of secret technique to fuse the remnant will of the first demon with the super demonic formation. The remnant will of the first demon became the spirit of the super demonic formation, presiding over the formation and controlling the entire formation, coupled with the primogenitor demon's supreme demonic weapon, the world-destroying demonic wheel. Gu Fei was in great danger this time. If he wasn't careful, he might really die here. Even the 9 heavenly stars' sword was suppressed. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. However, he didn't despair. So what if the primogenitor demons used the super demonic formation and the world-destroying demonic wheel? How could it be that easy to kill him? Rumble, the huge demonic diagram formed by the super demonic formation, descended from the sky, turning the void into nothingness. The diagram seemed to be able to destroy everything. What do we do? What do we do? We're dead this time. Countless great demons in the demon race's ancestral ground despaired. Some great demons were eroded by the demonic nature descending from the sky, triggering their inner demons. They suddenly went crazy and attacked anyone they saw. For a moment, the demon race's ancestral ground was in chaos. The old turtle nearly spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw this. Kill! An old voice rang out. In the next moment, a huge hand appeared in the sky, and a powerful devouring force gushed out from it. Those great demons who had gone berserk were sent flying. They were caught by the gigantic hand and turned into a mist of blood, destroyed in body and spirit. The old tortoise looked at the person and saw that it was his uncle. The old ancestor of the demon race was peerlessly powerful. No one knew where his cultivation had gone. However, even the old tortoise sometimes felt his heart palpitate in front of his uncle. He was unfathomable. What should we do? Ask Renhuang Jiang for help? Old Tortoise said to Gu Fei. Now, it seemed like Jiang Renhuang was the only one who could save them. However, since the ancestor demons had used the world-destroying demonic wheel, even Jiang Renhuang would not be able to escape unscathed. It's useless. Gu Fei shook his head. The super demonic array could resist the power of heaven's punishment. This level of power was no ordinary extreme Dao power. No matter how strong Jiang Renhuang was, he was still an extreme Emperor Supreme. If he made a move, it was hard to say who would be killed. Ha! Gu Fei, no one can save you now. Just accept your death. The demonic shadow in the super demonic array laughed crazily. This remnant consciousness only had one thought, and that was to kill Gu Fei. Now, this remnant consciousness was being used by the ancestor demons. The voice of the ancestor great demon came down from the sky. The remnant consciousness of the ancestor great demon was not even a remnant soul. Naturally, it did not have its own consciousness. However, the divine consciousness of the ancestor great demon had fused with this remnant consciousness. To some extent, this remnant consciousness of the ancestor great demon had become an alternative incarnation of the ancestor great demon. Haha, what a joke. Do you think you can do that? Gu Fei suddenly laughed. Humph, you can still laugh when you're about to die? The ancestor great demon sneered. Who doesn't know when they're about to die? Gu Fei did not care. Go and die. The primogenitor great demon was enraged. In order to deal with Gu Fei, he had paid a huge price. This super demonic formation, the world-destroying demonic wheel, and the remnant will of the primogenitor first demon were not things that could be used casually. For today, the ancestor great demon and the other ancestor great demons had sacrificed a lot. However, if they could kill Gu Fei, then it would all be worth it. Rumble, endless demonic light rushed out from the countless demonic pillars that surrounded the entire demon race's ancestral land. The demonic light obliterated the void and resonated with the demonic diagram that was pressing down from the sky. The entire demon race's ancestral land showed signs of being refined. Countless demon race Dao patterns dissipated under the power of the super demonic array. Damn it! Old Tortoise's heart was bleeding when he saw the guardian arrays collapsing and being obliterated. This was his trump card. Some of the guardian arrays were even personally set up by the Grand Emperor. Once such a guardian array was broken, there was no way to recover. Haha, Gufei, aren't you very awesome? If I want to kill you now, it's just a matter of moving a finger. The ancestor, great demon, laughed maniacally. Sigh. Gufei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Do you really think you can defeat me? Gufei said. Why, do you think you can turn the tables? The ancestor, great demon's voice was cold and emotionless. Although it was just an incarnation, the ancestor great demon was still incomparably arrogant. At this moment, the world-destroying demonic wheel appeared in the super demonic array, emitting extremely terrifying power fluctuations. The world-destroying demonic wheel was an eternal demon artifact. Even though this incarnation of the ancestor great demon controlled the super demonic array and could use endless demonic Tao power, he didn't dare to use it casually. One had to know that every time an eternal Tao artifact was used, the amount of essence qi consumed was absolutely unimaginable. Especially when the eternal Tao artifact wasn't refined by himself, it required even more essence qi. Even an extreme Tao Supreme wouldn't be able to withstand it. I know. You still haven't used the All Heavens Myriad World Wheel. The ancestor, great demon's incarnation, said coldly. There's no need to use the All Heavens Myriad World Wheel. Gufei shook his head. Haha, then just wait for your death. The ancestor, great demon's incarnation, said as he pressed his right hand towards Gufei. The demonic diagram in the sky immediately descended at a faster speed. Brother, quickly think of a way, or we will all die. Old Tortoise was extremely anxious. He didn't want to be wiped out. What other ways does he have? The ancestor great demon was incomparably arrogant. Is that so? Gufei sighed. He didn't want to do this. But from the looks of it, if he didn't do this, he, Old Tortoise, and countless great demons would die here. Humph. Chapter 43-72. Gufei was in a desperate situation. There was no one in the heavenly realm or the human realm who could force Gufei into a desperate situation. When the news of Gufei being in a desperate situation spread, both the heavenly realm and the human realm were in an uproar. Countless experts from the heavenly realm and the human realm rushed to the demon clan's ancestral land. They all wanted to see who was so powerful that they could force Gufei into a desperate situation. However, when the supreme demonic aura spread out, all the experts were shocked to the extreme. It was actually a demon. It was a demon that forced Gufei into a desperate situation. However, wasn't the 100,000 demon mountains destroyed by Old Tortoise? The last demon domain in the heavenly realm had been destroyed. Although there were still demons in the heavenly realm, they were all small fries that couldn't cause much trouble. Soon, the news spread that this time it was the ancestral demons that attacked Gufei. What were the ancestral demons? They were the demons of the ancestral realm. The demons of the ancestral realm were known as the ancestors of demons and the source of demons. This time, the ancestral demons crossed over and used the super demonic formation to envelop the entire demon clan's ancestral land. They wanted to completely refine Gufei and the entire demon clan's ancestral land and get rid of Gufei and Old Tortoise in one go. Ancestral demons, all the forces in the heavenly realm and the human realm, felt the danger. The demons weren't kind. Once Gufei was defeated, wouldn't the ancestral demons' next step be to conquer the heavenly realm and the human realm? If that was the case, then many people would die. In fact, as early as when the experts of the ancestral realm appeared in the heavenly realm, some people said that they wanted to turn the heavenly realm into their hunting ground. The experts of the heavenly realm and the human realm didn't welcome the big shots of the ancestral realm. Almost all the experts of the heavenly realm and the human realm hoped that Gufei could win and defeat the ancestral demons. Rumble. In the demon clan's ancestral land, the super demonic formation was operating crazily. Brother, what are you waiting for? Old Tortoise was extremely anxious. If Gufei still did not make a move, they would be finished. Big brother, Shaoqing was also very anxious. Gu Fei, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Use whatever skills you have. However, in the end you will still die. Haha. In the sky, in the eye of the super demonic formation, Primogenitor, great fiend, laughed maniacally. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The insufferably arrogant Gu Fei of the past had now become someone whose life and death were in his hands. Sigh. Gu Fei let out a long sigh and shook his head. He didn't say anything and just sat down cross-legged. The 9 Heaven Stars sword was stabbed into the ground in front of him. He grabbed the 9 Heaven Stars sword and stabbed himself in the chest with a backhand motion. What? When Old Tortoise and the others saw this scene, they were truly shocked. Haha, Gu Fei, do you want to commit suicide? Primogenitor Great Fiend's incarnation laughed in the sky. Hee hee. Gu Fei smiled and didn't say anything. This sword directly pierced into his sternum. Then, traces of eternal real blood were absorbed by the 9 Heaven Stars sword. Boom! The next moment, the 9 Heaven Stars sword that had absorbed Gu Fei's eternal real blood burst out with an unprecedentedly powerful energy wave. It was as if a eternal supreme had awakened. Buzz! The 9 Heaven Stars sword flew up from Gu Fei's body. Rumble! The entire world shook violently. Endless eternal power erupted from the 9 Heaven Stars sword and directly blocked the demonic diagram that was suppressing down. What? This time, Primogenitor Great Fiend's incarnation in the eye of the super demonic formation was stunned. He never expected such a thing to happen. You underestimate an extreme Dao weapon, Gu Fei said coldly. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper. The 9 Heaven Stars sword had absorbed more than half of the eternal real blood contained in his eternal real bone. His vitality was greatly damaged. This directly caused his cultivation level to decline rapidly. He almost fell from the quasi-supremacy realm. His cultivation level barely stabilized at the beginner quasi-supremacy realm. This time, Gu Fei had really bled a lot. If he hadn't been at the end of his rope, he wouldn't have come to this step. The eternal real blood was extremely precious to him. It was much more precious than the divine elixir of the undying ancestral dragon. A drop of eternal real blood contained the eternal Tao law. Any extreme supreme would have a great improvement in their cultivation if they obtained it. But now, Gu Fei had no choice but to use the eternal real blood to completely awaken the 9 Heaven Stars sword. The sword spirit of the 9 Heaven Stars sword was actually in a deep sleep most of the time. It was impossible for ordinary people to awaken the sword spirit of the 9 Heaven Stars sword. However, the primogenitor, great demon, had miscalculated this time. Gu Fei was once an eternal supreme. The 9 Heaven Stars sword was a Tao artifact that he had refined his entire life. Others might not be able to awaken the sword spirit of the 9 Heaven Stars sword, but he could. After absorbing Gu Fei's eternal real blood, the 9 Heaven Stars sword unleashed its full power. The eternal sword spirit was completely awakened. This was equivalent to an eternal supreme waking up from a deep sleep. This Old Tortoise, his uncle, and all the great demons were trembling. This was an existence that surpassed the extreme, supreme realm. The moment the 9 Heaven Stars sword's eternal sword spirit awakened from its deep sleep, the entire heaven realm, and even the entire human realm, was terrified to the extreme. A sword to suppress an entire realm. This was the terror of an eternal Tao artifact. Swoosh! The 9 Heaven Stars sword attacked on its own. It turned into a dazzling sword light and split the demonic diagram in the sky in half. Clang! The 9 Heaven Stars sword fiercely collided with the World Annihilation demonic wheel. In the next moment, the World Annihilation demonic wheel was sent flying by the 9 Heaven Stars sword. This was the true power of the eternal realm. The current 9 Heaven Stars sword was unimaginably powerful. The eternal sword light swept across the sky and the earth, dissipating the demonic aura that enveloped the entire world. How is this possible? The incarnation of the primogenitor, great demon, who was presiding over the array core, screamed. I already said that you don't have the ability to kill me. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. His chest was still oozing blood, and his face was even paler. You, the incarnation of the primogenitor great demon, was shocked and furious. Although the world annihilation demonic wheel was also an eternal realm demon artifact, the primogenitor great demon did not have the ability to awaken the world annihilation demonic wheel. This way he would be out of luck. Kill him for me. Gu Fei directly ordered the 9 heavens stars sword. In the next moment, the 9 heaven stars sword let out a sword hum that resounded through the 9 heavens. Then it soared into the sky and broke through the layers of demonic arrays. With one sword strike, it split the demonic figure presiding over the array core in half. Chapter 43:73. The ancestor demons had gone all out in the battle in the ancestral land of the demon clan. They had used almost all their trump cards. The origin of the ancestor demons' super demonic array was not simple. It was a supreme demonic array left by the ancestor of the ancestor demons. It could refine supremes. The ancestor of the ancestor demons was the oldest and most powerful demon in the ancestral realm. He was the first demon born in the ancestral realm and the ancestor of all demons. The ancestor of the ancestor demons had disappeared for countless years, but the supreme demonic weapon he left behind was still passed down generation after generation among the ancestor demons. Even when Gu Fei had gone on an expedition against the primogenitor demon tribe, they hadn't used this supreme demonic formation. However, their supreme demonic formation had been destroyed by a sword. To be more precise, it was an eternal divine sword. Whoosh! The dazzling eternal sword light streaked across the pitch-black void and made a sound like a sharp blade tearing through cloth. The huge demonic diagram in the sky was directly split in half. Then, countless demonic patterns dissipated and collapsed. The entire super demonic array was collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. In particular, the sword light was so powerful that it directly split the array eye of the super demonic array in half. It also split the incarnation of the ancestor great demon that was guarding the array eye in half. Roar! The moment the 9 heavenly stars sword split the primogenitor great demon's incarnation in half, a furious roar came from a remote primordial forest in the primogenitor realm. In a valley, the demonic aura was vast and mighty. All the trees and flowers within a radius of 10,000 miles withered. In the valley, demonic shadows could be vaguely seen. In the open space in the middle of the valley, there was an ancient altar. On the altar, there were 9 demonic shadows sitting in a lotus position. Each of these 9 demonic shadows was extremely powerful. They were the only 9 ancestor demons left among the ancestor demons. Each of them had experienced hundreds of battles and were demons among demons. Ancient demonic patterns constantly appeared on the ancient altar. Each pattern was emitting the most primitive demonic light. The heaven and earth spiritual chi of the entire world was frantically gathering towards the altar. However, at this moment, a drop of demonic blood seeped out of the forehead of the ancestor great demon who was sitting on the altar and presiding over the array. Countless cracks appeared on his forehead. At the same time, the other 8 devil patriarchs were coughing up mouthfuls of blood from the impact. How is this possible? That's the supreme killing array left behind by the ancestor. Wasn't that guy beaten into reincarnation by the first demon lord and had his extreme grade cultivation destroyed? The 9 progenitor devil races, archdevil lord on the sacrificial altar, were shocked to the extreme. At this time, the black hole above the sacrificial altar began to shrink. The passage is about to close. I can't accept this. Primogenitor, great demon, roared into the sky. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was extremely vicious. It turned out that the 9 great demon ancestors of the primogenitor devil race had used the ancient sacrificial altar left behind by the primogenitor devil race to open a path between the primogenitor world and the heavenly world, allowing them to control the super demon formation in the primogenitor world. Just as the black hole in the sky was about to disappear, a sword light descended from the sky and directly cut the ancestor great demon in half. What? Just as the black hole in the sky was about to disappear, a sword light descended from the sky and directly cut the ancestor great demon in half. What? The other ancestor demons were scared out of their wits when they saw the scene. Without any hesitation, the 8 progenitor devil race's ancestors fled the scene. Fortunately, the sword light only killed the ancestor great demon before rushing into the sky. The moment the black hole completely disappeared, it rushed into the sky. What is that? The eternal sword. The 8 ancestor demons were indescribably shocked. Boom! At this moment there was a loud sound. The black hole in the sky that had originally disappeared reappeared. An item broke through the void and directly rushed into the ancestor's realm. Buzz! The void trembled and a pitch-black wheel floated in the void. This item was the world-destroying demonic wheel. This eternal sword returned to the ancestors' realm on its own. This was beyond the expectations of the 8 ancestor demons. At this time, in the ancestors' land of the monster race in the heaven realm, the array core of the super demonic array was broken, and the entire super demonic array was collapsing. Gu Fei originally wanted to take the world-destroying demonic wheel away, but the eternal sword broke through the void and directly escaped, its whereabouts unknown. What a pity! Gu Fei sighed. That was an eternal sword. If he could obtain it, his cultivation might soar to the sky in one step and directly become an extreme supremacy. At this time, the demonic aura that enveloped the entire sky had completely dissipated, and sunlight shone down from the divine sun in the sky. The countless demonic pillars surrounding the monster race's ancestral land had already become dim. Some of the demonic pillars even had cracks on them. Whoosh! At this time a sword light broke through the void and slashed down from the sky, directly cutting the countless demonic pillars outside the monster race's ancestral land into two. Gu Fei opened his mouth and inhaled. The endless demonic aura that erupted from the demonic pillars actually frantically converged towards Gu Fei and was devoured by him. What? Countless great demons in the monster race's ancestral land saw this scene and were all stunned. He is actually devouring the most primordial demonic aura in this world. Old Tortoise's uncle stood on another mountain peak and couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Gu Fei continuously devoured the surrounding demonic aura. He wanted to recover his exhausted Yuan Qi, but it was not easy to recover the eternal real blood that he had consumed. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's body. The primordial demonic aura that he devoured was quickly refined by him and turned into his own Yuan Qi. The great demons in the monster race's ancestral land were inexplicably shocked when they sensed that Gu Fei's aura was constantly increasing. This Gu Fei was really powerful. The super demonic formation's collapse released a huge amount of primordial demonic aura that was even more terrifying than a deadly poison to ordinary people. Even an ordinary quasi-supremacy would be in big trouble if they were contaminated by this demonic aura, let alone Saint Venerables. They would die if they came into contact with it. Gu Fei devoured for a full day and night before he finally devoured all the demonic aura released after the collapse of the super demonic formation. A divine sword was inserted into the ground in front of Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei's body suddenly shook. In the next moment, an extremely tyrannical power immediately erupted from his body. Spatial ripples that were visible to the naked eye appeared in the surrounding void. Only recovered to the mid-level quasi-supremacy? Gu Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly when he sensed the power in his body. In fact, it wasn't easy for his cultivation to recover to the mid-level quasi-supremacy. He directly stood up from the ground and waved his right hand. The ninth heaven star's sword that was inserted into the ground immediately flew up and disappeared into his big sleeve. The catastrophe of the monster race's ancestral land was resolved by Gu Fei. At this moment, the great demons in the monster race's ancestral land felt as though they had escaped from a great disaster. Gu Fei actually didn't die. In a secret place in the heaven realm, a group of people was very disappointed when they received the news of the ancestor demons' defeat. They thought that Gu Fei wouldn't be able to escape this time. Who would have thought that Gu Fei was simply an undying cockroach? Even the ancestor demons, with such great power, couldn't kill him. The experts in the heaven realm and the human realm didn't know that the ninth heaven star's sword had actually killed the ancestor, great demon of the ancestral realm. That was the ancestor of the extreme Tao realm ancestor demons, but his body and soul were destroyed just like that. Go contact those people and see if there's a chance to kill Gu Fei while he's weak. An old man gritted his teeth and said they had great enmity with Gu Fei and couldn't wait to tear Gu Fei's body into 1,000 pieces. All right. A middle-aged expert accepted the order and immediately left. When the true body of the primordial great emperor descends, both Gu Fei and the old tortoise will die. The old man said hatefully. The remnants of the primordial era were ready to make trouble, and the figure of the heavenly demon descendant appeared again. There was also the Buddhist sect. There were many grievances between the monster race and the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect had subdued many great demons and conferred them as demon gods for them to order around. In the past, the incarnation of the ancient Buddha, Lord, had entered the heaven realm and then disappeared without a trace. However, the Western Desert Buddhist sect of the heavenly realm had reappeared in the recent hundreds of years. The vanished ancient temples and Buddhist domain had reappeared. Everyone knew that the Western Desert Buddhist sect was not to be trifled with. Even when the great figures of the ancestral realm were sweeping through the heaven realm, they also encountered a tough opponent in the Western Desert. Some of the ancestral realm's experts had even fallen in the Western Desert. Some people saw great monk heavenly Dharma appear in the Western Desert, and the little monk Fan Xiao also appeared in the Shilin ancient temple. They seemed to be looking for something. Even the incarnation of the ancient Buddha Lord, who had disappeared for a long time, appeared in the Western Desert. Wherever he went, countless Buddhist great virtues submitted. The old tortoise and the little monk Fan Xiao were archenemies. When the old tortoise learned that the little monk Fan Xiao had appeared in the Western Desert, he immediately left the monster race's ancestral land and headed for the Western Desert. Gu Fei also followed. He was very interested in the Western Desert. What interested him the most were the supreme Buddhist artifacts of the ancient Buddha Lord. The ancient Buddha Lord had refined many supreme Buddhist artifacts in his life. He was one of the few existences that had refined so many supreme Buddhist artifacts. That year, the incarnation of the ancient Buddha Lord had taken 3 supreme Buddhist artifacts from Gu Fei. Today, he wanted to meet the incarnation of the ancient Buddha Lord again. This is the Shilin ancient temple. The old tortoise and Gu Fei arrived at the Western Desert of the heavenly realm at the same time and appeared in front of the Shilin ancient temple. The ancient temple gave off an extremely ancient and vicissitude feeling, as if it had existed since the beginning of time. Even the merciless years could not erase this ancient temple. Just as the old tortoise was about to force his way in, the closed door of the Shilin ancient temple suddenly opened, and a little monk with white teeth and red lips walked out. The little monk came before Old Tortoise and handed a jade slip to Old Tortoise. What the hell? Chapter 4374. Gu Fei and the Old Tortoise were people who could not stay still. After breaking the ancestor demon's superformation, the heavenly realm and the human realm finally calmed down. Of course, this was only relatively peaceful. Both the heavenly realm and the human realm were surging. Some experts who had not appeared for a long time began to appear. Heavenly Monk F.A., Little Baldy Fan Xiao, all appeared in the heavenly realm. The Western Desert was originally a bitter cold place in the heavenly realm. Most cultivators were unwilling to cultivate here because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was much thinner than other regions. Moreover, there were no spiritual lands or divine lands here. Even if there were, they were very rare. However, it was unknown when the western desert of the heavenly realm became the territory of the Buddhists. The Buddhists transformed this place into a Buddhist land. To be able to change the world and turn a bitter, cold place into a paradise, this was not something an ordinary person could do. However, the Buddhists did it. Of course, the price they had to pay in order to change a region and turn it into a land of Buddhism was unimaginable. The Western Desert, Shilin Temple. It was not the strongest Buddhist force in the Western Desert, but the little monk Fan Xiao had appeared here. Gu Fei and the old tortoise naturally came to the Western Desert to stop the little monk Fan Xiao. This guy was too despicable. He had played dirty tricks and ruined the plans of Gu Fei and the old tortoise. This time, they must let the little Baldy know how powerful they were. Gu Fei and the old tortoise did not actually want to kill the little monk Fan Xiao. They just wanted to teach him a lesson. Boom! A loud noise broke the silence of the Shilin Temple. The heavy door of the Shilin ancient temple directly turned into countless fragments and shot into the temple. An extremely violent power spread out, and the surrounding trees were uprooted. Who dares to break into my Shilin temple? An old voice resounded. Then a huge golden hand slapped out from the main hall of the Shilin temple and blocked all the fragments. Hee, I didn't expect a real dragon to appear in this place. A loud laugh rang out from outside the door. Then 2 figures directly strode in from outside the door. You are... In the main hall, the voice was heard again. If I don't even know him, how can you survive in the heaven realm? A tall and formidable-looking middle-aged man walked in. This guy was Old Tortoise. His aura was really good. As he stood in the courtyard, his domineering aura leaked out. He was simply the reincarnation of an overlord. I was wondering who it was. So it's the demon lord. After that, an old monk in a kasaya walked out of the hall. Your big bald face is very unfamiliar. Old Tortoise was a little surprised to see the old monk. He was the leader of the demon race in the heaven realm. He knew all the powers in the heaven realm like the back of his hand. The Western Desert Buddhist sect was one of his main targets. The Shilin Ancient Temple was only one of the 3 major forces of the Western Desert Buddhism sect. The lord of the Shilin Ancient Temple was not the old monk in front of him. I have been in seclusion for a long time. When I wake up, the world has changed. My old friends are no longer around, so naturally no one knows of my existence. The old monk said indifferently, So it's another old monster. Old Tortoise sighed. In this world, all kinds of demons and ghosts would jump out. Your Buddhist power is vast and unfathomable. Are you the disciple of the ancient Buddhist Lord? Gu Fei walked out from behind Old Tortoise and probed. The disciple of the ancient Buddhist Lord? The old tortoise couldn't help but be startled. The ancient Buddhist Lord was very famous. He was the progenitor of Buddhism and created the cultivation system of Buddhism. The ancient Buddhist Lord's achievements were no less than the supreme Tao ancestors. Both of them created a cultivation system that allowed humans to become experts through the cultivation physique they created. It could be said that the ancient Buddhist Lord and the supreme Tao ancestor changed the entire human race, even the entire world. Not only the heaven realm, the human realm, but even other great realms. This was because, regardless of whether it was the Buddhist cultivation system or the Taoist cultivation system of the immortal Tao, humans were not the only ones who could cultivate. Other races could cultivate as well. In the Western Desert Buddhism, there was a Buddhist force that was completely formed by the ancient Buddhist Lord. The leader of this force was a 9-headed golden condor. Legend had it that the 9-headed golden condor had listened to the ancient Buddhist Lord's scriptures for many years. He had obtained the true teachings of Buddhism and became one of the 3 great Buddhist lords of the Western Desert Buddhism, Who are you? The old monk did not deny it. Haha, you don't even know him. Then you don't need to stay in the heaven realm. Old Tortoise laughed. In the heaven realm, especially at this time, who didn't know Gu Fei? Even those mortals who didn't cultivate had heard of Gu Fei's name. Fellow Taoist, I really don't know him. Please enlighten me, Demon Lord. The old monk said with an expressionless face. This is, at that moment, a group of bald men of all sizes rushed out of the hall. Leading them was a monk who was taller and stronger than Old Tortoise. He was covered in muscles from head to toe. This glaring Vajra was the highest authority of the Shilin ancient temple, the Shilin Buddhist lord. No one would have thought that this Shilin Buddhist lord was a big guy. Gu Fei? The moment the Shilin Buddhist lord saw Gu Fei, he almost exclaimed, Is he that Gu Fei? The old monk still looked calm. The group of Buddhist experts behind him almost fainted when they heard the old monk's words. This old ancestor could still be so calm when facing such a ruthless person. It should be known that Gu Fei was a peerless villain in the heaven realm. Not only had he destroyed the Forbidden Zone and killed the Demon Lord, but he had also defeated the invading Extreme Mysterious Realm Lord and chased those fellows back to the Extreme Mysterious Realm. Now that he had defeated the Primogenitor demons, he was in the limelight. Fellow Taoist Gu, what are you doing here? The Shilin Buddhist lord forced himself to calm down. Nothing much. We heard that a friend of ours appeared here, so we came to take a look. Gu Fei shrugged. What? We have a friend here? The Shilin Buddhist lord was stunned and surprised. Where is Fan Xiao? Ask him to come out and see me. Old Tortoise was getting impatient. Lord Demon, we don't have anyone called Fan Xiao here. The Shilin Buddhist lord said with a solemn expression. It was impossible for him not to be nervous when Old Tortoise and Gu Fei arrived at the same time. These two fellows were famous villains in the heaven realm. They were peerless and powerful. It was already difficult for the Shilin ancient temple to deal with one of them. If these two fellows joined forces, the Shilin ancient temple would not be a match for them. Is that so? Old Tortoise threw the jade slip in his hand to the Shilin Buddhist lord. Chapter 43, 75. Old Tortoise, you bastard, you want to catch me? Eat **T. There was only one sentence in the jade slip. At this time, Shilin Buddhist lord, who was holding the jade slip in his hand, had an extremely ugly expression. This little monk Fan Xiao was really hateful. He was trying to kill them. Just now, a little monk handed this thing to me. Old Tortoise crossed his arms and looked coldly at Shilin Buddhist lord. What? This is impossible. Shilin Buddhist lord was hopping mad. He was not going to take the blame. All right, hand over Fan Xiao. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, We really don't have this person here. An elder of Shilin ancient temple said quickly, Fan Xiao is not from our Shilin temple. Another Buddhist elder chimed in, facing Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. Only the personal disciple of the Millennium Buddhist Lord could still remain calm. The other higher-ups of Shilin ancient temple could not calm down. Even they who had trained to remain calm even if an ancient sacred mountain collapsed in front of them could not do it. I want to search, Old Tortoise said loudly. At this time, his divine sense had already covered the entire area. As soon as Fan Xiao appeared, he would be able to sense his position immediately. Demon Lord, do you think this is your Demon Lord's ancestral land? You think you can search whenever you want? Shilin Buddhist Lord said in a deep voice. That's right, this is Shilin Temple. The higher-ups of Shilin Ancient Temple behind Shilin Buddhist Lord were furious. If Old Tortoise searched Shilin Temple, what would the people of the outside world think of Shilin Temple? The world would think that Shilin Temple was afraid of the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, Fan Xiao has already left. You guys should leave. At this time, the old monk who had been silent suddenly said, Naturally, No one dared to underestimate the personal disciple of the Millennium Buddhist Lord. One should know that the Millennium Buddhist Lord was one of the strongest supremes of the human race since ancient times. Naturally, his disciple would not be weak. The old monk did not reveal himself, but Old Tortoise and Gu Fei knew that the strongest existence in the entire Shilin ancient temple was this old monk. We naturally believe the words of the eternal Buddha Master's successor. However, if you want us to leave just like this, that won't do, said the Old Tortoise with a laugh. Then what do you want? Buddha Lord Shilin stared at Old Turtle and said nervously, So much nonsense. Old Turtle was impatient. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed at Shilin. Humph. Buddhist Lord Shilin formed a seal with both hands and pressed it forward. Bam! The two forces collided with each other, producing a muffled sound. Buddha Lord Shilin only felt a powerful force coming from his opponent's hand. In the next moment, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, leaving 2 deep footprints on the ground. On the other hand, Old Tortoise was as still as a mountain. The higher-ups of the Shilin ancient temple were all dumbfounded. This was their Lord Buddha. Yet he was forced to retreat as soon as he made a move. It wasn't that the higher-ups of the Shilin ancient temple had never heard of Old Tortoise's infamy, but they had never imagined that the Heaven Realm's demon lord was actually this strong. The descendants of the Supreme Emperor are indeed powerful. Just as Old Tortoise was about to attack again, a figure flashed in front of him and appeared in front of him. Just in time. The Old Tortoise laughed and grabbed the man with his right hand. His palm instantly turned into the ancestral dragon's claw. Wherever the claw passed, cracks appeared in the void. The person in front of Old Turtle was the disciple of the Millennium Buddha. The void trembled, and Old Monk's right hand turned golden. He pinched his 5 fingers and triggered the Buddha's power. The void trembled, and the Buddha's seal was condensed. Boom! Old Turtle's ancestral dragon's claw collided with Old Monk's seal. A powerful shockwave spread out, causing the surrounding people to stagger. Only Buddha, Lord Shilin, was barely able to use his Buddha light to protect his body and retreat. The Buddhist hall behind the old monk began to shake. Countless Buddha's inscriptions appeared on the temple, blocking the mighty force. Old Turtle was a little surprised. This temple was not simple. Old Turtle did not take a step back, and neither did Old Monk. The Buddha's seal resisted the ancestral dragon's claw. The 2 powerhouses were actually competing in essence chi. This was an extremely dangerous battle. As long as one side was weak, they would be killed. Good. That's how it should be. Old Turtle laughed. This guy dared to compete with him in essence chi. He did not know how to write the word death. But soon, Old Turtle was speechless. He felt that Buddha's power was extremely vast. Not only did it block his demonic power, but it also seemed endless, which surprised him. I say, Old Turtle, you've met your match this time. Gu Fei was happy. How could he not know what Old Turtle was thinking? The direct disciple of the Millennium Buddha Sovereign. The Old Turtle naturally wanted to have a fight with him. If he defeated the direct disciple of the Millennium Buddha Sovereign, wouldn't it mean that the descendants of the Taihuang Emperor were stronger than the descendants of the Buddhist Sovereign? Rumble! Sounds of wind and thunder came from Old Turtle's body. His demonic power was activated to the extreme, and lines of demons' inscriptions appeared on his body. In the next moment, a different kind of aura of the Great Path came out of his body. His power suddenly increased, and the surrounding void was constantly shaking. This guy Gu Fei was shocked. He did not expect Old Turtle to use his bloodline power so quickly. This bloodline power was Old Turtle's trump card. Sure enough, once the bloodline power was used, the old monk could not withstand it anymore. His body began to shake. Roar! At this moment, Old Turtle suddenly roared. A golden light suddenly emerged from between his eyebrows. In the next moment, a vast Buddha's power exploded from between his eyebrows. This Buddha's power was extremely pure, without a trace of impurity. Since ancient times, there was only one person who could have such pure Buddha's power, and that was the Millennium Buddha. Good Lord! Gu Fei sensed this Buddha's power and knew that Old Turtle had also used his trump card. That is, Old Turtle's heart trembled. He thought that once the bloodline power was used, he could defeat the personal disciple of the Millennium Buddha. Now it was a tie again. Then let me see how strong your Buddha's power is. Old Turtle gritted his teeth and directly guided the Buddha's power to erase his bloodline power. He wanted to use the opponent's Buddha's power to cut off his own bloodline. Wah! Buddha's power entered his body, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this guy crazy? Gu Fei could not help but be moved. Using Buddha's power to erase the bloodline power was a good idea, but whether it would succeed or not was another matter. Chapter 4376. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise arrived at the Western Desert and went straight to the Shilin Ancient Temple. However, little monk Fan Xiao seemed to have expected their arrival. He actually provoked Old Tortoise, which could be considered as a show of strength to Old Tortoise. However, to Gu Fei and Old Tortoise's surprise, an old monk appeared in the Shilin Ancient Temple. This old monk turned out to be the personal disciple of the legendary Millennium Buddha, the personal disciple of the ancient Buddha Lord. Such a status could be said to be unparalleled in the Buddhist sect. One must know that the ancient Buddha Lord had disappeared. In the Buddhist sect, apart from the ancient Buddhist Lord, his personal disciple seniority was naturally the highest. Although he did not find little monk Fan Xiao, Old Tortoise would not leave so easily. He directly confronted the successor of the Millennium Buddha. Rumble, Buddhist power and demonic power collided. The old monk formed a Buddhist seal and resisted Old Tortoise's ancestral dragon claw. The invisible power that emanated from both of them made the hearts of the higher-ups of the Shilin Ancient Temple palpitate. Wah! Old Tortoise suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which shocked Gu Fei. The next moment, he knew why Old Tortoise had spat out blood. This guy was too crazy. He was actually guiding Old Tortoise's Buddhist power to erase his bloodline. Using such an extreme method to cut off his bloodline, he would be seriously injured by his opponent if he was not careful. His body and soul might even be destroyed by his opponent. You're crazy. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Old Tortoise. I'm not crazy. I'm very clear-headed. Old Tortoise smiled and transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. You. At this moment, the old monk was shocked. Was this guy really courting death? Did he actually give up resisting? The golden light that emerged from between the old monk's eyebrows emitted an incomparably bright golden light. Powerful Buddhist power continuously surged from the golden light. Soon, the old monk's body shook. The next moment, he felt a sudden burst of tyrannical, demonic power from Old Tortoise's body. This demonic power was fundamentally different from Old Tortoise's. The old monk desperately channeled Buddhist power and finally blocked the tyrannical power that erupted from Old Tortoise's body. Bloodline power? The old monk was the personal disciple of the ancient Buddhist Lord, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. He immediately knew what the old tortoise was doing. However, so what if he knew? At this moment, the old monk was stuck between a rock and a hard place. The only thing he could do was to use his Buddhist powers to continuously erase the power that was bursting forth from the other party's body. Soon enough, the old tortoise's body trembled, and fine cracks appeared on the ancestral dragon's claw on his right hand. Old Tortoise began to cough up blood. Sigh. Gu Fei sighed. In the end, Old Tortoise still failed. Although the personal disciple of the Millennium Buddha Lord was powerful, it was impossible for him to destroy Old Tortoise's bloodline power. Gu Fei knew that if he didn't make a move, Old Tortoise would be killed by the personal disciple of the Millennium Buddhist Lord. Even if he could survive, he would be heavily injured. Without any hesitation, he threw out a punch. Boom! After a muffled rumble, a violent power exploded between the three. Old Tortoise and the old monk retreated at the same time. Only Gu Fei did not move. Old Tortoise stumbled a few steps and spat out another mouthful of blood. His body was full of monster energy, and Buddhist powers were being forced out of his right hand. After the personal disciple steadied himself, golden Buddhist blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. This shocked the Buddhist Lord of Shilin and the others. The strength of this old ancestor was undeniably strong. Furthermore, he had cultivated the Buddhist body sanctification technique. Out of the 12 students of the ancient Buddhist Lord, only one of them practiced the Buddhist holy body technique. That person was Buddha Ranbei. This Buddha's son, Ranbei's cultivation had already surpassed the saint realm. He successfully took that step and became a quasi-supreme being. His Buddha body was extremely strong. Okay. Buddha Ranbei's body shook. In the next second, his entire body turned gold. Many ancient Buddhist symbols appeared on his golden skin. This is Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were taken aback. They could not help but be moved by the invisible pressure emanating from the other party's body. Was this the legendary Buddhist, indestructible Vajra body? This was the strongest Buddha body. It could fight against the demon's indestructible sky demon body. Now, Ranbei's entire body was like a powerful Buddha weapon. Every move he made was filled with power. He was extremely strong. He bent his legs slightly, and the next moment he pushed himself up with force. Immediately, like an arrow released from a bow, he charged directly at Old Tortoise opposite him, like a gold rainbow breaking through space. Buddha Ranbei slapped towards Old Tortoise. Humph! Old Tortoise sneered and clenched his right hand into a fist. Then he threw a punch at his opponent's golden palm. Bam! The fist and the palm collided in an instant, producing a dull, thunder-like sound. Old Tortoise only felt a huge force coming from his opponent's hand, and he could not help but take 4 or 5 steps back, leaving deep footprints on the ground with each step. You borrowed the power of the ancient Buddha? Old Tortoise was shocked. The golden light between his opponent's eyebrows was bursting with Buddha power. Such a powerful Buddha power did not belong to the direct student of the ancient Buddha. I heard that when the ancient Buddha became an extreme leader, he was reborn and left behind 9 relics. Gu Fei suddenly thought of something and said, Huh. Buddha Ranbei heard this and was shocked. You know quite a bit. I see. Only then did Old Tortoise realize that the ball of Buddhist light between the big Baldy's eyebrows was transformed from a Buddhist relic of the ancient Buddhist Lord. When the ancient Buddha became an extreme leader, he was reborn and left behind 9 relics that contained an infinite amount of Buddha power. Each relic's power was between a quasi-supreme and an extreme leader. When all 9 were gathered, they could unleash an attack from the ancient Buddha. It was obvious that Buddha's son Ranbei had only obtained a Saraira. Even so, the relic's power had increased the Buddha body's strength to a level that could make a normal quasi-supreme being feel hopeless. However, Old Tortoise was not to be trifled with. When Buddha Ranbei threw another punch, Old Tortoise reached out his right hand and grabbed Buddha Ranbei's fist. In the next second, an extremely powerful force exploded from his body. Old Tortoise's blood power exploded. His wounds healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. His monster body became stronger. Chapter 43:77. The ancestor of the Shi Lin ancient temple was Ranbei. Ranbei had been in seclusion for a long time and had only recently come out. With the help of the Buddha's relic, Ranbei had successfully broken through to the level of quasi-supreme. He had taken a very important step. Furthermore, he had the Saraira of the ancient Buddha Lord to nourish his Buddha body, and he had even cultivated the Vajra unbreakable Buddha body that no one had ever cultivated other than the ancient Buddha Lord. The indestructible diamond Buddha body was extremely strong. Right now, Ranbei was like a humanoid Buddha weapon. Even if a quasi-supreme Tao weapon hit him, it wouldn't be able to scratch his skin. Boom, boom, boom. When Buddha Ranbei moved through space, the space was filled with thunder. He tried to throw a punch, but Old Turtle caught it. Boom! A shocking power erupted from the Old Turtle's body. A faint and illusory figure appeared from his body. As soon as the figure appeared, all living things in the Western Desert could sense its existence. That is the king's power! Some of the old-timers from the Buddhist schools were alarmed. All of a sudden, all the Buddhist elites in Western Desert looked over at the Shi Lin ancient temple. All over Western Desert, golden Buddha lights shot into the sky and disappeared. Some Buddhist elites heard the news and hurried over to the Shi Lin ancient temple. Haha, that turtle egg and Ranbei are fighting. In a small town 10,000 miles away from the Shilin ancient temple, a little monk dressed in white who was sitting at a tea stall on the street suddenly laughed. The little monk had white teeth and red lips. He was handsome and had a bright smile. He looked harmless. No one could have imagined that this seemingly young monk was actually the unconventional little monk of the Buddhist League who had given the old tortoise and Mahakala such a headache. Where do we go next? Little monk Fan Xiao said quietly. Western Desert was the land of Buddhism. Everywhere, people believed in Buddhism. This small town was no exception. The owner of the tea stall was giving free tea to the monks. Little master, aren't you going to Thousand Buddha Mountain? The owner of the tea stall heard little monk Fan Xiao and laughed. Thousand Buddha Mountain? That's right, boss. Your words really woke me up. Thank you, boss. Little monk Fan Xiao stood up and clasped his hands at the tea stall owner. Then he turned around and left. Myriad Buddha Mountain was a divine mountain in the central region of the Western Desert. Originally, there had never been such a divine mountain in the Western Desert. It had been moved here from another place by an almighty Buddhist cultivator. Because there were tens of thousands of Buddha statues on the mountain, it was called Thousand Buddha Mountain. Myriad Buddha Mountain was the holy land in the hearts of countless Western Desert Buddhist disciples. Every year, the 21st day of the third month was the day of pilgrimage in the Western Desert. On this day, countless Buddhist disciples would come to the Myriad Buddha Mountain to make a pilgrimage. According to the legends, the Myriad Buddha Mountain had descended from the heavens on that very day, crushing down onto the lands of the Western Desert. After that, shocking transformations began to appear in the bitter cold land. Myriad Buddha Mountain was considered by countless Buddhist disciples to be the origin of Buddhism in the Western Desert and even the heavenly realm. No one knew what little monk Fan Xiao was looking for. Just then, in the empty space in front of the Western Forest Temple, Old Turtle and Ranbei were fighting. The two of them were moving extremely fast. They weren't using any techniques. They were just using the pure power of their Buddha bodies and their monster bodies to fight in close combat. This kind of fight was the most dangerous. If one showed a weakness, they would be torn to shreds. Old Turtle's monster body was very strong, but his opponent's diamond, indestructible Buddha body was also very strong. Boom! Bam! Old Turtle and Ranbei kept fighting. The shadow on Old Turtle's body was becoming clearer and clearer. His blood meridians were exploding. The illusory figure was terrifying, and the power it released almost surpassed the extreme grade realm. However, there seemed to be an invisible shackle restraining the illusory figure, preventing it from breaking through to the extreme grade realm. That was not the power of God's punishment. It was the power of blood meridians. It could not break through to the extreme realm, just like how Old Turtle could not cut off his father's Tai Huang bloodline. He could not become an extreme paragon. At this moment, there seemed to be a Buddha sitting within the Buddha light on Ranbei's forehead. He didn't know if Ranbei was controlling the Buddha's relic, or if it was the Buddha's relic that was controlling Ranbei. But one thing was for sure. This guy's fighting power had been boosted to the max by the relic. Although the Western Forest Temple was protected by the power of the Buddha, wherever these two elites went, they destroyed everything. Boom! After a loud noise, the two elites broke through the wall and fought outside. Tai Huang seal. Old Turtle roared and formed a seal with both hands. Boom! An infinite amount of heaven and earth spirit gathered. A giant seal appeared in space and headed for Ran Bei. The monster power was extremely strong and strong. Ran Bei's body trembled. Ran Bei's body trembled. Old Turtle was getting serious. This was not the real Tai Huang seal. It was just Old Turtle's seal. Its power was not as strong as the real Tai Huang seal, but it was not to be underestimated. Holy Buddha, Ran Bei's eyebrows shook. A Buddha light came out of his eyebrows and went to meet the big stamp that was coming down. Boom! The Buddhist light and the print collided. In the next moment, a destructive storm swept out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. Bzzz. The void trembled and a huge light barrier appeared, enveloping the entire Shilin ancient temple. Shilin Buddha leader activated the Western Forest Temple's protection array. Under the impact of the destructive storm, the protective formation of the Shilin ancient temple shook violently. Countless Buddhist runes appeared on the light shield and interweaved into many Buddhist diagrams. Many Buddha statues appeared on the light shield. It was as if the ancient Buddha had descended and released an infinite amount of Buddha power. This Shilin Buddhist lord was baffled. A battle of this level could actually shake the Shilin ancient temple's protective array. It should be known that ever since the Shilin ancient temple's protective array was set up, no more than 3 people could shake it. But now there were actually 2 people who could shake the guardian array. Shilin Buddha leader was very worried because Old Turtle and Ran Bei were too strong. If either one of them wanted to kill him, they could do it without much effort. Quasi-supreme beings were not invincible. What do we do? If the ancestor loses, then our trip to Thousand Buddha Mountain will be for nothing. The higher-ups of the Western Forest Temple were very nervous. We have to go to Thousand Buddha Mountain. Shilin Buddha leader gritted his teeth. Chapter 4378. The Western Desert in the Heavenly Realm was the territory of Buddhism. The myriad Buddha Mountain in the Western Desert was like the spiritual mountain in the Buddhist kingdom of the West in the human realm. It was a supreme holy land in the hearts of Buddhist disciples in the heavenly realm. There was a sect on the myriad Buddha Mountain. This sect was one of the 3 major Buddhist sects in the Western Desert, the myriad Buddha sect. The myriad Buddha sect was the number 1 Buddhist sect in the Western Desert. According to legend, the ancient Buddhist Lord preached on the myriad Buddha Mountain and passed down his Buddhist heritage. He didn't establish a sect. However, the person who listened to the ancient Buddhist Lord's preaching on the myriad Buddha Mountain established the number 1 Buddhist sect in the Western Desert, the myriad Buddha sect. Later on, the Shilin ancient temple and the foreign Buddhist cultivators rose. The foreign Buddhist cultivators established the Blessed Buddha Temple, the number 2 Buddhist sect in the Western Desert. The Shilin ancient temple was the weakest among the 3 major Buddhist sects in the Western Desert. However, even the weakest Shilin ancient temple had experts overseeing it. There was even monk Ran Bei, the direct disciple of the ancient Buddhist Lord. At this moment, the Old Turtle and monk Ran Bei fought in the sky and entered the starry sky. Boom! After entering the starry sky, the 2 experts didn't have any scruples and unleashed their full power. All the stars in the starry sky shook and the nearby stars directly exploded. Swish! Buddhist lights kept rushing out from Ran Bei's glabella, tearing the void and piercing towards the Old Turtle. The terrifying destructive power seemed to be able to destroy everything. Buzz! The old tortoise's body shook, and a tortoise shell immediately emerged from his body to block the piercing Buddhist light. This turtle shell was very extraordinary. Back in the virtual sky world in the human realm, the old turtle was trapped in an absolute formation. Thanks to this turtle shell, he didn't die. Even after obtaining the Tai Huang seal, he didn't give up on refining this Tao tool. Ever since he had become a quasi-supreme being, he had directly refined this tortoise shell into his natal Tao artifact. The defensive power of this Tao artifact was definitely one of the best among the quasi-supreme Tao artifacts. Huh? It can actually block my Buddhist lights? Monk Ranbei was shocked. The Buddhist lights were his trump card, and this was the first time he used it after coming out of seclusion. However, he didn't expect the Grand Emperor's son to be so powerful. He was able to block his Saraira Buddhist light without using the Grand Emperor's seal. What Monk Ranbei didn't know was that the Grand Sovereign seal was severely damaged when the Primogenita demons attacked the monster race's ancestral land. It couldn't be repaired in a short period of time. One had to know that the Grand Sovereign seal was a supreme killing weapon refined by the Grand Sovereign. One strike was enough to destroy heaven and earth. The higher the grade of a Tao treasure, the harder it was to repair after it was damaged. Of course, the Grand Sovereign seal was not an ordinary Tao treasure. It was a Tao treasure with a spirit and could repair itself slowly. To a certain extent, an extreme Tao treasure was also a kind of life. It was just like how a person could slowly recover after being injured. It was the same for an extreme Tao treasure. It could also slowly recover on its own. However, the recovery speed of a supreme Tao artifact was very slow. However, in order to repair a supreme Tao weapon, only a supreme existence of the supreme Tao level could do it. Therefore, neither the old tortoise nor Gu Fei could repair the Grand Sovereign seal. Since the Grand Sovereign seal was damaged, it naturally couldn't be used. Fortunately, the old tortoise didn't lack Tao treasures. This tortoise shell was one of them. Not only did the tortoise shell have shocking defensive capabilities, but it also had shocking offensive capabilities. After the tortoise shell blocked Ranbei's Saraira Buddha light, it instantly turned into a black tortoise and charged towards Ranbei. The legendary black tortoise armor. Ranbei had lived for countless years and was naturally knowledgeable. However, he could quickly tell that this black tortoise armor wasn't the one in the legends. Boom! Seeing the black tortoise pouncing towards him, Ranbei naturally didn't dare to be slow. He immediately formed a Buddhist seal with both hands and pressed forward. The Buddhist seal and the black tortoise's projection instantly collided. In the next moment, Ranbei's feet left the ground and he was sent flying. The Buddhist seal dissipated and the black tortoise's projection also dissipated in the void. The creator of this Buddhist mystique was naturally the ancient Buddha Lord. Back then, the ancient Buddha, Lord's Buddhist seal, was used to subdue demons and demons. Countless experts submitted to him. Ranbei was the first generation of Arhat and had received the teachings of the ancient Buddha Lord. However, Ranbei's cultivation had reached its limit. Cultivating the ancient Buddha Lord's technique wouldn't allow him to become an honorable. He could only become an honorable by comprehending his own Tao. From the perspective of Buddhism, all living beings could become Buddhas. However, the only one who truly became a Buddha was probably the ancient Buddha Lord. Taoist friend, do we have any enmity between us? Ranbei suddenly asked. No. Old Tortoise replied, since there's no enmity between us, why should we fight to the death? Ranbei continued. He turned into a Buddhist light and moved quickly in the void. He didn't attack again. You don't want to fight anymore? Old Tortoise stepped on the void. Every step he took brought him 10,000 miles away. Even so, he couldn't catch up to Ranbei. The Buddhist cultivation method is indeed unique. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw this. There's no enmity between us. There's no point in fighting to the death. Ranbei placed his palms together. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why are you wasting so much time talking? Old Tortoise spoke as he attacked. A giant black tortoise emerged from his body and leaped towards Ranbei. The power of the black tortoise's leap was shocking and shook the sky. This was Old Tortoise's life Tao item. Its power was not to be underestimated. However, Ranbei did not continue. He was like a Buddhist light. Though he was everywhere, he was untraceable. It was as if everything was an illusion. Old Tortoise's attack was strong, but he felt as if his attack was hitting nothing but air. There was no point in using his attack. Umph. The ancient Buddha's air is only eso. Old Tortoise stopped chasing. He didn't really want to fight to the death. To know that this was the ancient Buddha's air. Who knew what powerful Tao item or technique this guy had? Let's go. Gu Fei messaged Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise looked at Ranbei and flew towards Gu Fei. The two of them flew down from the sky. Little monk Fan Xiao was not at the West Forest Temple, but he was definitely in the West Desert. Old Tortoise and Gu Fei wanted to know what this guy was looking for. Time was passing. On this day, a Buddha suddenly descended upon Mount Million Buddha. Mount Million Buddha began to shake violently. It was as if a terrifying existence had awakened. At the peak of Mount Million Buddha, a figure appeared and disappeared. It was pure Buddhist power. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't even time yet. Why was Mount Million Buddha moving? There was still half a month until March 21st, but there were countless Buddhist disciples gathered near Mount Million Buddha. The number was still increasing. That is, a Buddhist cultivator from the human world saw the figure on Mount Million Buddha and was shocked. The incarnation of the ancient Buddha. How is this possible? That figure was the incarnation of the ancient Buddha who had disappeared for a long time. Back then, during the battle of the sky ruins in the human world, the incarnation of the ancient Buddha appeared. At that time, the incarnation of the ancient Buddha appeared and took away the 3 supreme Buddhist weapons that Gu Fei had obtained. This made Gu Fei extremely depressed. Nobody knew why the incarnation of the ancient Buddha appeared at the peak of Mount Million Buddha. Oh, I didn't expect him to take the initiative. A little monk in white appeared at the foot of Mount Million Buddha. At this time, the entire Mount Million Buddha was filled with Buddhist disciples. Even the Buddhist cultivators from the human world were here. The experts of the Buddhist path who were cultivating on the Myriad Buddha Mountain were all shocked to the extreme. The entire Myriad Devil Mountain was actually trembling. This was truly unbelievable, especially the Million Buddha sect, the number 1 power in the West Desert. The sect leader, Buddha Lord Luo, was the number 1 cultivator in the West Desert. But now, this number 1 cultivator was extremely respectful in front of this figure. Is he finally going to come out? An elder of the Million Buddha sect was extremely excited. The Million Buddha sect had protected Mount Million Buddha for countless years, not because it was a sacred mountain of Buddhism, but because they had other plans. Every year on the 21st of March, there would be a phenomenon on Mount Million Buddha. However, it would only last for a day before disappearing. For countless years, apart from a few old antiques in the West Desert, nobody knew the reason. But this time, the incarnation of the ancient Buddha actually appeared at the peak of Mount Million Buddha. This was a major event for the Million Buddha sect, because their mission might be coming to an end. Yes. At this time, in a city hundreds of thousands of miles away from Mount Million Buddha, Gu Fei and the Old Tortoise suddenly sensed something and looked in the direction of Mount Million Buddha. The world seems to have changed. The Old Tortoise said, "Yes, it's different. Is the entire West Desert a trap?" Gu Fei frowned. How extravagant! The Old Tortoise exclaimed, this wasn't something an ordinary quasi-supreme could do. It had to be at least an extreme supreme, but it was impossible for an extreme supreme to appear in the heaven realm. Could it be the ancient Buddha? The Old Tortoise suddenly said. Very likely we should go there and take a look. Gu Fei's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at Mount Million Buddha. Although they were hundreds of thousands of miles away, he could still see the sacred mountain of Western Desert Buddhism. Then let's go take a look. The Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei. Then the two of them disappeared from the streets of the city. No one noticed them. Everything was quiet. That's, for Gu Fei and the Old Tortoise, the distance of hundreds of thousands of miles was nothing more than a blink of an eye. When they appeared near Mount Million Buddha and saw the silhouette of the Buddha on the peak, they were both shocked. The ancient Buddha was someone Gu Fei admired. In order to deliver all living beings from suffering, the ancient Buddha resolutely established the 6 paths of reincarnation. Although he ultimately failed, he still won the respect of the various races. At this time, more and more experts appeared near the myriad Buddha mountain. Even experts from the primogenita realm appeared near the mountain. Chapter 43, 79. Wind and clouds converged on myriad Buddha mountain. This was all because an incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord appeared on the peak of myriad Buddha mountain, attracting countless experts from the heaven realm to gather in the western desert Buddhist land. In a short period of time, cultivators could be seen everywhere in the western desert Buddhist land. Heaven realm was huge. Although it was a human world, the other alien races were very powerful too. West Desert Buddhist lands was only a part of Heaven Realm. The entire western region of Heaven Realm was extremely vast. Even West Desert Buddhist sect could not control it completely. West Desert Buddhist lands had some places that even Buddhist sect could not control. The extreme west of West Desert was a mysterious world of darkness. It was one of the famous forbidden areas of Heaven Realm. Immortals, mortals, demons, Buddhist immortals, it was very difficult to come out after entering. That place was known as the Purgatory of Heaven Realm, extreme Western Purgatory. There were unknown and powerful beings in that purgatory. At this time, there was a city outside extreme Western Purgatory. The city was branded with countless Buddhist seals. It was a Buddhist city. The Buddhist city was at the exit of extreme Western Purgatory. Its purpose was obvious. It was to stop the things in extreme Western Purgatory from coming out. This Buddha city had existed for countless years, but it still emitted a powerful Buddhist aura. Even the black gas that swept out from extreme Western Purgatory would dissipate tens of miles away from the city. Roar! A terrifying roar came from extreme Western Purgatory. The black gas was vast. Within the black gas, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of powerful beings. Some powerful beings wanted to leave this ghastly place. However, they were blocked by the Buddhist city and could not take even half a step out. When Lord Su-Chin comes out, I want to see if this city can still stop us. Someone was talking within the black gas. Lord Su-Chin seems to be coming out in a few days. A purgatory being in the black gas nodded. Ha! A loud laugh suddenly came from the Buddhist city. Then a tall bald man in a moon-white robe appeared on the city wall. With me here, don't even think about coming in, the bald man said in a low voice. TCH, little monk, you think you can stop us? An emotionless voice came from the black gas. Won't we know after trying? The bald man in the Buddhist city said disapprovingly. There are only a few more days. At that time, I'll make you wish you were dead. In the darkness, there was a powerful spiritual fluctuation. Bring it on. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Baldy did not show any signs of weakness. All right, good, very good. In the darkness, the divine will rippled once more. At this time, the cities around Myriad Buddha Mountain were packed with people, and all the inns were occupied by foreign cultivators. What is he doing? Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had also arrived nearby. When he saw the figure on the Myriad Buddha summit, he was shocked. What made Gu Fei feel uneasy was that the incarnation of the Millennium Buddha Lord was just standing there quietly, as though he had turned into a statue, not moving at all. The clone of the ancient Buddhist Lord would never appear at the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain for no reason. There are quite a lot of people here. Let's just watch the show first. Gu Fei told Old Tortoise. All right, let's do that. Old Tortoise nodded. Then they retreated 1,000 miles away and hid in the clouds, quietly watching Myriad Buddha Mountain. Just as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were hiding, a great battle suddenly broke out on the ground below. Two powerful forces suddenly erupted, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void and spread in all directions. For some reason, the guys from the ancestral realm and an ancestor of the Million Buddhist sect suddenly fought. Gu Fei glanced down and saw that the expert from the ancestral realm was extremely powerful. He could tear a quasi-supreme being in half with just a split of his hands. Compared to the expert from the ancestral realm, the great ancestor of the Million Buddhist sect was much weaker. Soon the battle ended. The expert from the primogenitor realm punched through the ancestral ancestor of the Million Buddhist sect. With a shake of his arm, the ancestral ancestor of the Million Buddhist sect exploded, his body and soul destroyed. The expert from the ancestral realm was a young man in green. Yi Beichin, the Eastern Supreme King of the ancestral realm. Gu Fei could not help but be stunned when he saw the young man. Why was this guy here? The Eastern Yi clan of the ancestral realm was definitely one of the most ancient and powerful forces in the ancestral realm. Compared to the Wood clan of the ancestral realm, the Yi clan was not just a little stronger. The Yi clan was even stronger than the Sky clan of the southern region and the Chu clan of the ancestral realm. It was a super ancient force that had been passed down for countless years because there was Yi Qingtian in the clan. Who was Yi Qingtian? He had walked his own path and was an alternative eternal existence. What Yi Beichin, Yi Shichin? Old Tortoise asked. If we were in the ancestral realm, he wouldn't even need to make a move. Just the pressure he released would be enough to destroy your body and soul. Gu Fei said indifferently. What? Old Tortoise was shocked. He could not afford to offend such a powerful existence. Yi Beichin glanced in the direction of Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, then retracted his gaze. He took a step and instantly disappeared into the void. Very soon, battles broke out in other places. The entire Western Desert Buddhist lands were in turmoil. When immortals fought, the common people suffered. This saying was not wrong. A quasi-supreme existence was already the strongest existence in the heavenly realm and the human realm. Once a battle broke out between experts of this level, it would be very terrifying. They could wipe out a region from the ground and plunge billions of lives into misery and suffering. The destructive power was earth-shattering. All the forces were fighting, both in the open and in the dark. No one knew how many people would fall. In particular, the experts of the ancestral realm had great grievances with the experts of the heavenly realm and the human realm. From the beginning, the experts of the ancestral realm did not treat the humans of the heavenly realm and the human realm as human beings. However, with Gu Fei's powerful attack, those fellows from the ancestral realm were also afraid. Many of the experts from the ancestral realm had already left the heavenly realm. However, some of the experts from the ancestral realm who had no dealings with Gu Fei did not leave the heavenly realm. They had no enmity with Gu Fei, so Gu Fei would not target them. For example, the Yi clan and other forces with ancient inheritances still wanted to consolidate their territory in the heavenly realm and were unwilling to leave just like that. Boom! Just as the various forces were fighting openly and covertly, a loud sound suddenly came from Myriad Buddha Mountain. Then, endless Buddhist light erupted from the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain. It was as if a golden divine sun had appeared at the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain, illuminating the entire Western Desert Buddhist lands. Grandpa, that is, in a small town hundreds of thousands of miles away from Myriad Buddha Mountain, a child about 6 or 7 years old in ragged clothes looked at the sky in shock. At this moment, the entire sky turned golden. There was even a faint Buddhist sound lingering in the void, and a peaceful aura spread between the heavens and the earth. The child, who was originally ill, was illuminated by the Buddha's light that descended from the sky, and his illness instantly recovered by more than half. The Lord Buddha has appeared. An old man beside the child knelt on the ground excitedly, kowtowing in the direction of Myriad Buddha Mountain. Tears streamed down his face. His only grandson had been gravely ill and was on the verge of death. Who would have thought that the legendary Buddhist light would appear? The Buddha's light could cure all illnesses. The Lord Buddha has appeared. This scene was happening everywhere in the Western Desert Buddhist land. Those who had been sick for a long time were all healed by the Buddha's light that descended from the heavens. It was too magical. Countless ordinary people saw all of this as the legendary Buddha sign. The Lord Buddha had appeared to deliver all living beings from suffering. It wasn't just the human race. Other races were also undergoing shocking changes under the Buddhist light. Withered trees sprouted, and countless alien races that were on the brink of death were rejuvenated. Countless living beings were kowtowing in the direction of myriad Buddha Mountain. Good heavens! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. He could see countless strange auras gathering towards myriad Buddha Mountain. That was the power of faith, or rather, the power of faith. The Buddhist sects were condensing the power of faith of all living beings to increase their providence. Of course, providence was too illusory. However, today Gu Fei had witnessed this incredible method of the Buddhist sections. The faith of all living beings had turned into providence to protect myriad Buddha Mountain. This power was probably comparable to the power of the extreme path. Moreover, this power didn't trigger the power of heavenly punishment. How is this possible? The old tortoise was dumbfounded. He had also witnessed this shocking scene. Not only the old tortoise, but the other quasi-supreme existences also saw it. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Although this power was peaceful once it erupted, it was enough to crush everything. It was no joke. The path that Gu Fei walked had nothing to do with providence. In fact, he didn't care at all. As long as he was strong enough, it didn't matter whether it was providence or not. He could destroy it all with a single punch. No wonder the Buddhist sects have been passed down for so many years and produced so many experts. The old tortoise sighed. The monster race didn't care about the illusory providence, but now it seemed that the Buddhist sects had indeed taken a different path. The phenomenon of the Buddhist sects had already appeared even before the 21st of March. Countless power of faith gathered toward myriad Buddha Mountain, and the incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord at the peak of the mountain was long gone. Rumble! The entire myriad Buddha Mountain was shaking, and the mountain kept cracking, revealing pitch-black cracks. From time to time, golden Buddhist light flashed within the cracks. Myriad Buddha Palace, in a Buddhist city thousands of miles away from myriad Buddha Mountain. A little monk holding a purple gold alms bowl suddenly raised his head. Golden Buddhist patterns were faintly visible in his eyes. The immortal golden Buddha tree is mine. As the little monk said that, he directly turned into a beam of Buddhist light and rushed toward myriad Buddha Mountain. Haha, the myriad Buddha Palace has reappeared. I can't miss this opportunity. A figure emitting the divine light of the 5 elements appeared at the foot of myriad Buddha Mountain. This is an important place of the Buddhist sections. Trespassers will die. At this moment, an old voice sounded. An old monk stepped on a golden lotus and walked over from afar. It's him? Chapter 40, 380. Heavenly Realm, Western Desert, Buddhist Land. Buddhist aura shone brightly. Boundless Buddhist aura erupted from the peak of the myriad Buddha Mountain, enveloping the entire Western Desert. Under the Buddhist aura, countless living beings in the Western Desert benefited greatly. The Buddhist aura could expel diseases and pull those on the brink of death back from the gates of hell. The Buddhist aura could also strengthen the physique of living beings. Although it could not change the physique of countless living beings, it could make them stronger. The Buddhist aura was a miracle in the eyes of countless living beings in the Western Desert. At this moment, billions of living beings in the Western Desert knelt devoutly in the direction of the myriad Buddha Mountain. Their faith in Buddhism grew. The appearance of the Buddhist aura strengthened the hearts of all living beings in the Western Desert. The Western Desert Buddhist sect also took this opportunity to crazily gather the power of faith from billions of living beings. The power of faith could be converted into Buddhist energy. The myriad Buddha Mountain was gathering endless Buddhist energy. As a result, the myriad Buddha Palace was opened. The myriad Buddha Palace was a palace of the ancient Buddhist Lord. The ancient Buddhist Lord left his teachings in the human realm. In the spiritual mountain of the human realm, there was a Buddhist palace left behind by the ancient Buddhist Lord. That Buddhist palace was hidden in the blessed Buddha realm. In the heavenly realm, the ancient Buddhist Lord also left behind a Buddhist palace. This was the legendary Myriad Buddha Palace. It was no secret that the Myriad Buddha Palace was located on the Myriad Buddha Mountain. One must know that the reason why the Myriad Buddha Mountain was called the Myriad Buddha Mountain was because of the Myriad Buddha Palace. Rumble! At this moment, the endless power of faith crazily gathered towards the Myriad Buddha Mountain. The entire Myriad Buddha Mountain shook, and cracks appeared on the mountain. Roar! At this moment, a roar came from afar. Then a huge figure riding on a black cloud broke through the layers of Buddhist aura and arrived at the Myriad Buddha Mountain in an instant. The black cloud suddenly retreated like a receding tide, swallowed by a black figure. Swoosh! The black figure directly rushed towards a crack on the Myriad Buddha Mountain. This is an important place of Buddhist sect. Don't be presumptuous. A golden figure suddenly appeared in front of the crack, blocking the black figure. Scram! The black figure roared and waved his right hand. Immediately, 5 rays of black light shot out from his hand and pierced towards the Buddhist cultivator. Buddha is merciful. The Buddhist expert formed a Buddhist seal with both hands, and the Buddhist seal rushed out of his hands and collided with the 5 black lights that pierced through the air. The Buddhist seal and the 5 beams of dark light immediately dissipated in the void. The Western Desert's Golden Buddha Supreme is indeed powerful. Someone whispered in the distant sky. It doesn't matter if he's not powerful. The Golden Buddha Supreme is an existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with a quasi-supreme. Someone said, the Western Desert Buddhist sect really has a deep foundation. Old Tortoise said in a low voice, the inheritance of the Millennium Buddha Lord is naturally not weak. You should know that the Millennium Buddha Lord is one of the strongest supreme beings of the human race. Gu Fei nodded. My father isn't any weaker than others. Old Tortoise was not convinced. Gu Fei smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. It was really difficult to say who was stronger between the Millennium Buddha Lord and the Tai Huang, because these 2 supreme beings didn't meet. They were in different generations. The era of the Tai Huang was much earlier than the Millennium Buddha Lord. When the Millennium Buddha Lord appeared, the Tai Huang had already disappeared. At this time, the black figure and the Golden Buddha Supreme, guarding in front of the crack of Myriad Buddha Mountain, started fighting. The existence that dared to fight in Myriad Buddha Mountain was naturally not weak. The black figure was very strong. He transformed into thousands of figures, and the entire sky was filled with his figure. A cold and gloomy aura emanated from the bodies of the countless black figures. Under the impact of this aura, the surrounding void seemed to solidify. The power of Een. Old Tortoise was a little uncertain. It's the power of Een. Gu Fei said, the power of Een was fundamentally different from the power of Een. To a certain extent, the power of Een was between the power of Een and the power of devil. Those who cultivated the power of Een could become a devil or a god. Becoming a god or a devil was only a matter of a thought. A devil. When Old Tortoise heard this, his face immediately became gloomy. His ancestral land had almost been refined by the ancestral realm's ancestral demons. Naturally, he didn't have a good impression of demons. Gu Fei shook his head. The black figure was very strong, and the power of Een was also very powerful. However, it was not the power of devil. Otherwise, it would not have appeared here. It should be known that demons were the public enemy of the world. As long as a demon appeared, they would be surrounded and killed. Boundless Buddhist Dharma. At this time, the Golden Buddha Supreme guarding in front of the crack of Myriad Buddha Mountain shouted. The Buddhist voice was vast and mighty, and the countless black figures were all scattered. The black figure's true body was also revealed. What a good boundless Buddhist Dharma. The black figure vomited blood and flew back. 1,000 Buddhas move the cosmos. The golden Buddha supreme slapped his hands at the black figure. In the next moment, countless golden palm shadows appeared between heaven and earth. The void was filled with palm shadows, filling every inch of the void. The black figure was directly enveloped by countless golden Buddha palms. The countless Buddha palms directly slapped the black figure's body and then disappeared. In the void, the black figure stopped in his tracks in horror. What's going on? Old Tortoise was a little confused. He's dead meat. Gu Fei said indifferently, "How is this possible?" The black figure let out a miserable howl. In the next moment, countless rays of Buddha light rushed out of his body, and his figure instantly disappeared in the Buddha light. His body and soul were completely destroyed. That's right, this black shadow, a quasi-supreme that had appeared out of nowhere, was actually directly killed by this golden-bodied Buddhist supreme, not even leaving a trace behind. This, even the legendary palm technique that descends from the sky, doesn't seem to have this kind of power. Old Tortoise muttered. This is the 1,000 Buddha palms of Buddhism, Gu Fei said indifferently. Once this divine power was mastered, it would be like 1,000 Buddhas attacking at the same time. Its power was naturally ridiculously great. You know quite a lot. Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said, "Of course. Don't you know who I am?" Gu Fei said proudly. Stop being so smug. Old Tortoise did not think much of it. Just as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were chatting, more and more cracks appeared on the 1,000 Buddha mountain. Through those cracks, one could vaguely see that there was another world inside the mountain. There seemed to be a chain of palaces inside the mountain, and pure Buddhist aura seeped out. The legendary immortal golden Buddha tree was in the 1,000 Buddha palace. Experts from all sides were eager to try, but with the golden Buddha supreme guarding there, no one dared to make a move. Chapter 40, 381. The western desert of the heavenly domain had attracted the attention of countless experts. The seal of the sacred mountain of the western desert Buddhist sect, Myriad Buddha Mountain, had been weakened to the extreme by some unknown force. Cracks had appeared. Through the cracks, people outside could even see the connected palaces inside. The palace of the ancient Buddhist lord was naturally extraordinary. There was another world inside the Myriad Buddha Mountain. Almost all the experts in the heavenly domain had their eyes on the Myriad Buddha Mountain. Boom! In the depths of the extreme western purgatory, a demon city emitting boundless murderous aura rose from the ground. The huge demon city shook the heavens and the earth as it charged towards the demon city outside the purgatory. At the same time, in other places of the extreme western purgatory, demon city also rose into the sky. With boundless murderous intent, they charged towards the demon city outside the purgatory. Boundless black aura swept out from the purgatory, covering the sky and earth. Within the black aura, ghostly wails and divine howls could be heard. This was the soul stealing demonic sound. If mortals heard it, their souls would immediately scatter. Even if cultivators heard it, they would also die. Buzz! The demon city outside the purgatory suddenly shook. Buddhist runes appeared on the city. The runes interweaved into Buddhist seals and rushed out of the city. Countless Buddhist seals formed a super huge net, blocking the black aura sweeping out from the purgatory. The huge net formed by the golden Buddhist seals not only blocked the overwhelming black aura, but also sealed the exit of the extreme western purgatory, blocking the countless purgatory living beings that wanted to rush out. Roar! Within the black aura, many huge figures appeared indistinctly. The terrifying and ferocious purgatory living beings were roaring. Boom! With a loud sound, a huge claw reached out from the black aura and slammed against the golden net. However, in the next moment, the Buddhist power on the golden net exploded and repelled the huge claw. Bam! Another dull sound was heard. A purgatory living being the size of a small mountain, actually slammed against the golden net. However, the result was the same. It was repelled by the Buddhist magic subduing net and rolled into the black aura. What should we do? The true purgatory masters are about to come out. On the walls of the demon city, a group of Buddhist soldiers appeared. The leader was a monk in white with a golden necklace around his neck. Send a message to the sacred mountain immediately. The middle-aged monk stared at the golden Buddha, net in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, eldest senior brother." A young monk beside the middle-aged monk hurriedly accepted the order and left. Soon, a flare of faith shot out of Buddha City and disappeared into the horizon. However, just as the Buddha City sent out the signal for help, a huge black shadow appeared within the golden Buddha net. Endless black chi immediately converged towards the black shadow in a frenzy. The black gas gradually thinned out, and a demon city that was even larger than a mountain appeared in the sky. The demon city gave off an endless fiendish aura. Open! A powerful spiritual will rippled out from the purgatory demon city. In the next moment, the entire purgatory demon city collided with the golden Buddha net. Boom! The purgatory demon city crashed into the golden Buddha net. The huge golden Buddha radiance vibrated violently. Countless demonic patterns emitted resplendent Buddha radiance. The Buddha net actually managed to block the purgatory demon city's collision. Moreover, the Buddha radiance on the golden Buddha net continued to gather, and a huge Buddha shadow appeared in the sky. The Buddha shadow stretched out its right hand and slapped towards the purgatory demon city. Rumble! It was as though the entire sky was enveloped by the Buddha's palm. The purgatory demon city that was even larger than a mountain was as weak as an ant under the Buddha's palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the purgatory demon city was slapped away by the Buddha's palm. When the purgatory demon city was slapped away, the huge Buddha shadow dissipated in the void and turned into spots of Buddha radiance before returning to the golden Buddha net. "Ha! Shuchen, are you defeated now?" At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. Another purgatory demon city appeared nearby. A huge demon shadow appeared in the sky above the demon city and was laughing at the sky, seemingly very happy. "Wu Shang, if you are so capable, then go ahead. Don't make sarcastic remarks here." At this moment, the purgatory demon city that was slapped away by the Buddha's palm rushed back from afar. The Buddha's palm attack looked extremely powerful, but it did not cause any damage to the purgatory demon city. "Ha! All right, this purgatory master will show you what I am capable of today." The purgatory master named Wu Shan laughed and attacked. 9 drops of red liquid rushed out of the unperishable purgatory city. In the next moment, the 9 drops of red liquid exploded at the same time, turning into a towering blood wave that swept towards the golden Buddha net. A thick smell of blood permeated the air. Blood purgatory sea? The void purgatory master's figure appeared on top of the city. When he saw the 9 drops of blood turn into a sea of blood, he was slightly shocked. "You actually refined the blood purgatory sea? How is that possible?" The void purgatory master said in shock. Hee. Wu Shang purgatory master only chuckled and did not say anything. At this moment, the sea of blood formed by the 9 drops of blood pounced on the golden Buddha net. In the next instant, the Buddha seal on the golden Buddha net dimmed. What? The void purgatory master was shocked. It seemed like the blood purgatory sea could indeed deal with the Buddhist sect's golden Buddha net. Due to the existence of the golden Buddha net, it was impossible for the creatures of the extreme Western purgatory to escape. This was equivalent to sealing the extreme Western purgatory. It was already impressive that the Western Desert Buddhist sect could seal the extreme Western purgatory single-handedly. In the extreme Western purgatory, there were 7 purgatory masters. Each purgatory master was an existence that could fight against a quasi-supremacy from the outside world. Soon the golden Buddha net was corroded by the blood purgatory sea, leaving a huge hole. Oh no! All the Buddhist disciples on top of the Buddha city, outside the Buddha net, were shocked when they saw this. All the Buddhist disciples in the Buddha city knew very well that once the creatures of the purgatory charged out of the purgatory, countless creatures of the western desert would suffer a calamity. Void purgatory, I'll make a move first. The void purgatory master laughed heartily as he drove the purgatory demon city out of the hole in the golden Buddha net. As soon as the purgatory demon city left the purgatory, endless black, murderous aura erupted like 100,000 volcanoes. The entire western desert was shrouded in darkness. That's endless evil aura surged from the west. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, who were near the myriad Buddha mountain, could not help but frown. It's not a pure demon, but it's also a great omen. Moreover, it's fierce and evil, Gu Fei said as he looked to the west. Oh no! Chapter 4382. The western desert of the heavenly realm was a different place. It used to be a barren land with sparse spiritual energy. But after the Buddhist sect's transformation, it became a Buddhist land. However, the far west was extremely dangerous. The western desert's Buddhist lands happened to suppress the evil in the far west. To the west of the western desert was the extreme west. It was shrouded in darkness all year round. Even sunlight couldn't shine in. It was purgatory, a terrifying purgatory. Even when the experts of the primogenitor realm fought everywhere, they stopped at the western desert. Those guys from the primogenitor realm clearly saw the danger. The western desert wasn't simple, and the extreme west purgatory was even more so. It was an extremely dangerous place. Could it be that those guys from the western purgatory have escaped? The old tortoise looked to the west in shock. He was the leader of the demon race in the heavenly realm. Naturally, he knew what was in the extreme west. It was a terrifying purgatory that had existed for countless years. The creatures in the purgatory were extremely powerful. Sometimes they were even scarier than demons. Western purgatory. Gu Fei's expression changed when he heard this. The purgatory was a place even more terrifying than hell. The living beings there were all extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty. If the great evildoers escaped, they would definitely bring disaster to the entire heavenly realm. At that time, the entire heavenly realm would never have a day of peace. The Buddhists suppressed the extreme western purgatory with their own strength. I have to admire them. The usually unruly old tortoise sighed. Rumble! At this time the myriad Buddha mountain was still shaking. Cracks continued to appear on the mountain. The entire mountain seemed like it could collapse at any time. However, with the golden Buddha standing guard, no one dared to step forward. The Buddhist light from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain became increasingly resplendent. Faint chanting could be heard in the void, as if a supreme Buddhist Lord was preaching. As the Buddhist hymns rang out, the auspicious atmosphere in the world multiplied. The entire western desert Buddhist land seemed to have turned into a true Buddhist country. Under the envelopment of the Buddhist light, all the Buddhist disciples felt as though their cultivation levels were constantly rising. Boom! Ha! A loud noise was accompanied by an insolent laughter, and a cloud of black gas came from the far west. In the blink of an eye, the black gas covered half of the sky. Everyone could feel the terrifying, fiendish aura emanating from the black gas. A peerless, ominous being had arrived. How is this possible? How can this evil creature break through the golden Buddha net? The golden Buddha, standing guard in front of the myriad Buddha mountain, was shocked. Is the golden Buddha net very powerful? An incomparably proud voice came from the black gas. Demon, don't be so arrogant. After saying that, golden-bodied Tao Master formed a Buddhist seal with his hand and blasted it at the black chi. Everywhere the Buddhist seal passed, the fiendish aura dissipated. Humph! A disdainful sneer came from the black gas. Then an endless amount of murderous aura spread out. turning into a huge black hand that met the incoming Buddhist seal. Boom! With a loud bang, the two forces instantly collided. The two forces turned into a powerful destructive storm that swept out in all directions. The void shook, and ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out like water waves. After being hit by the golden Buddha, a part of the black gas dissipated. A huge demon city appeared in front of everyone, emitting a monstrous fiendish aura. As expected, the great ominous beings from the far west have really come out. Old Tortoise said in surprise when he saw this. Let's just watch from the side. Gu Fei shrugged and said indifferently. Old Tortoise was speechless when he heard this. Golden-bodied Buddha? In the demon city, a strong wave of divine will spread out. A figure appeared in the sky above the demon city. The blurry figure emitted a terrifying aura. Wushang, are you the master of Wushang Purgatory? The golden-bodied Buddha stared at the figure with a solemn expression. Ha! I didn't expect someone in this world to know of my existence. The black figure laughed. At this moment, another loud noise came from the far west. Another cloud of black gas rushed out from the far west and instantly shrouded half of the sky. Void dust, you are too useless. Did you only come out now? The master of Wushang Purgatory said loudly. Wushang, you bastard! The void dust purgatory master scolded the master of Wushang Purgatory. This guy escaped after using the purgatory blood sea to break the golden Buddha net. However, he was stopped by the experts of the Buddhist sect in the Buddha city, and a great battle ensued. Although he managed to kill those guys, he also lost quite a few experts of the purgatory. Haha, look at your flustered and exasperated face. Did you suffer a loss? The master of Wushang Purgatory was amused. Damn it, the void dust purgatory master was going crazy. However, this was not the time to settle the score with the master of Wushang Purgatory. Both of you come at me together. The golden-bodied Buddha put his palms together and said calmly. Buddhist patterns appeared on his body and swam continuously, occasionally forming ancient Buddhist diagrams. At this moment, the golden-bodied Buddha seemed to have merged with the entire myriad Buddha mountain. Every move he made could shatter the void of heaven and earth. Shameless boasting. The master of Wushang Purgatory sneered. He rushed out of the Devil City and punched at the golden-bodied Buddha. An extremely ferocious power exploded from the master of Wushang Purgatory's fist. The surrounding void immediately cracked. A punch that can move heaven and earth. This great fierce of the extreme Western Purgatory is quite capable. Gu Fei could not help but nod when he saw this. It's not as simple as that. Old Turtle glanced at Gu Fei and said, Buddha moves the universe. The golden-bodied Buddha's body erupted with endless Buddha light. Within the Buddha light, a golden Buddha hand slapped at the master of Wushang Purgatory. Boom! There was another loud explosion. The golden-bodied Buddha's Buddha hand collided with the master of Wushang Purgatory's demonic fist. The two figures were sent flying. However, the two experts immediately charged at each other again. They moved quickly in the void and fought endlessly. A terrifying, ferocious aura erupted from the master of Wushang Purgatory. It actually dispersed the surrounding Buddha light. This shocked everyone. Where did these people come from? In the primogenitor realm, the Yi family's King Supreme Yi Beichen appeared in the sky. He crossed his arms and looked at everything coldly. He was a King Supreme. Even though he could not use the extreme Tao in the heavenly realm, he still possessed an extremely powerful King Supreme Tao body. Moreover, the Yi family's methods were unimaginable. Chapter 40, 383. In the land of the far west of the heaven realm, the Buddhist sect's golden light Buddha net that sealed the far west purgatory had been broken. The peerless great ferocious Wushang and the peerless great ferocious Su Qin took advantage of this rare opportunity to drive the demon city out of the western purgatory. The first to be attacked was the Buddhist city outside the extreme Western Purgatory. The ancient Buddha city had existed for countless years. However, this time the Buddha city was in danger. The myriad Buddha mountain seal had loosened, which weakened the seal on the far west purgatory. The purgatory masters in the purgatory naturally would not miss such a rare opportunity. The master of Wu Shan Purgatory had refined a part of the purgatory blood sea. The evil aura contained in the purgatory blood sea was the nemesis of the Buddhist sect's golden Buddha net. This master of Wu Shan Purgatory was cunning. After breaking the golden Buddha net, he slipped away. Boom! At this moment, the Buddhist city that guarded the extreme Western Purgatory emitted an endless Buddhist light, directly dispersing the black aura in the world. A huge Buddhist figure appeared in the world. Boom! The Buddha's shadow attacked the void Purgatory master, who was rushing out of the purgatory. The entire sky was covered by the Buddha's palm. This attack slammed the void Purgatory master and the demon city into the ground. Damn it! The void Purgatory master roared angrily. The entire demon city shattered and shot into the sky. The evil aura shook the world and dispersed the endless Buddha light. Kill! Following that, countless black shadows rushed out of the demon city and pounced towards the Buddha city. At this moment, all the experts of the Buddha sect rushed out of the Buddha city. Both sides clashed and a great battle broke out. All of you die! The void, dust, purgatory master roared and attacked. Countless black lights shot out of his body. Every time a black light flashed, a Buddhist expert would be pierced and fall from the sky. Demon, I will fight you! An angry roar sounded. In the next moment, an expert with Buddha light broke through the evil aura and attacked the void Purgatory master. You are not worthy. The void, dust, Purgatory master pointed a finger, and a dark light shot out from his fingertip. It tore through the void and pierced through the Buddhist expert's Buddha body. The Buddhist cultivator flew out and turned into ashes while he was still in the air, dissipating in the void. His body and soul were destroyed in an instant. All the experts of the Buddhist sect that had charged out of the city turned pale with fright when they saw the scene. There were no golden Buddhist venerables among the experts of the Buddhist sects guarding the Buddha city. Only the golden Buddhist venerables of the Buddhist sects could fight against experts at the level of the master of the void, dust, purgatory. Even though they knew that they were no match for the enemy, these Buddhist experts did not cower and continued to fight with their lives on the line. In the end, all of them were annihilated. Although they all died in battle, they managed to kill a few of the void, dust, purgatory master's capable subordinates. The void, dust, purgatory master was shocked and angry. This was also why the void, dust, purgatory master hated the void, death, purgatory master. The few subordinates of the void, dust, purgatory master were his capable assistants. When the void, dust, purgatory master arrived at the myriad Buddha mountain, the void, death, purgatory master was already fighting with the golden Buddhist venerables. At this time, Gu Fei and Old Turtle's old acquaintance, Buddha Master Ranbei, also arrived. When the Buddha Master Ranbei arrived, a golden divine bird flew from the sky and landed on the myriad Buddha mountain. With a flash of Buddha light, a golden-haired middle-aged man in a kasaya appeared. The golden eagle Buddhist Lord is here, someone exclaimed. At this time, another Buddhist chant came from the sky, and an old monk walked over step by step. The old monk looked ordinary. There was no Buddha light on his body, and all his teeth had fallen off. However, no one dared to look down on this old monk. This old monk was one of the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert Buddhist land, the sect master of the myriad Buddha sect, Buddhist Lord Mo Luo. Buddhist Lord Mo Luo was the strongest of the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert Buddhist land. The more powerful he was, the more he looked like an ordinary person. This was returning to the natural state. Then Buddhist Lord Shilin stepped on Buddha light and arrived at the myriad Buddha mountain. In an instant, the entire myriad Buddha mountain was filled with 3 Buddhist lords. This made the experts from all sides nervous. After all, these were 3 quasi-supremes. The power of the Western Desert Buddhist sect was not to be underestimated. At this time, for quasi-supremes had already appeared. However, everyone knew that this was far from the true power of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. What are you guys waiting for? Is the immortal Golden Buddha tree going to come out on its own? Someone shouted, "That's right. Let's attack together. Do we have to be afraid of these big baldies?" Someone shouted. However, no one made a move. What a joke. These were the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert. Moreover, this was the territory of the Buddhist sect. The myriad Buddha mountain was filled with endless Buddhist power. Whoever made a move first would be unlucky. This is the Buddhist sect's territory. Trespassers will die. Buddha Master Ran Bei said the same thing. Although the Buddhist sect emphasized mercy, they had their own methods of subduing demons. Since no one is making a move, then I will. Right at this moment, a voice resounded. After that, a tall and sturdy man like an iron tower walked over from afar. An extremely tyrannical aura erupted from the burly man's body. On the burly man's shoulder was a sledgehammer. The sledgehammer was engraved with countless ancient Tao patterns. Trespassers will die. Then I, Hong Tiantu, am here to die. The man shouted, his voice was like a bell. Ah, he is the Hong Tiantu who terrorized all the forces in the central region with his hammer? The big guy from the ancestral realm's Hong clan? Someone exclaimed. Hong Tiantu was a quasi-supremes from the ancestral realm's Hong clan. He was sent to the heaven realm by the Hong clan. This guy was extremely strong, and his weapon was a giant hammer. Once the hammer appeared, it could destroy the sky and the earth. It was as if it could kill all enemies. Die. The golden eagle Buddhist lord's body swayed, and a pair of golden wings immediately appeared on his back. With a flap of his wings, he immediately turned into a golden light and attacked Hong Tiantu. Humph! Hong Tiantu waved his hammer and smashed forward. Boom! The sky shook, and the golden eagle lord's body appeared far away. He had been blown away by Hong Tiantu's hammer. This, everyone was shocked. That was the golden eagle lord, one of the 3 Buddha lords of the Western Desert. Hong Tiantu had blown him away with a hammer? Whoosh! The golden eagle Buddhist lord flapped his wings, and rays of golden light immediately rushed out from his wings, turning into sharp sword lights that pierced towards Hong Tiantu in an earth-shattering manner. Die! Hong Tiantu roared, and a metallic luster burst out from his body. He ignored the countless sword lights that pierced through him, and directly swung his sledgehammer at the golden eagle Buddhist lord to kill. The countless sword lights landed on Hong Tiantu's body and were all blown away. Such sharp sword lights could cut through the sky, but they could not even cut through Hong Tiantu's skin. A body practitioner, Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. Hong Tiantu was not simple. This big guy was simply a quasi-supreme Tao artifact in human form. Chapter 4384. The Hong clan of the primogenitor realm could not be considered a first-rate force in the primogenitor realm. Even compared to the Wood clan that Gu Fei had destroyed and the Li clan that Gu Fei had beaten to a pulp, they were still much weaker. However, the Hong clan's body tempering technique was the best in the ancestral realm. Once cultivated to the peak, one's body could become a supreme, tyrannical, and invincible. However, there were no more than 3 people in the entire Hong clan who could cultivate their body tempering technique to the peak. Hong Tiantu was the one with the highest chance of becoming a supreme in the Hong clan. Hong Tiantu was extremely domineering. He brandished his sledgehammer and smashed through the void, sending one of the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert Buddhist land, Golden Eagle Buddha, flying. This, when the other experts of the Western Desert Buddhist sect saw this scene, they were indescribably shocked. One must know that this was the Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord, a Buddhist lord who represented the strongest combat strength of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. At this time, the peerless evil Wu Shang and Golden Eagle Buddha fought their way into the depths of the starry sky. Wu Shang, Purgatory Master, merged with the demon city, his combat power overpowering Golden Eagle Buddha. Once Golden Eagle Buddha is defeated, the Western Desert Buddhist sect is finished. Someone gloated. The Million Buddha Palaces seal continued to weaken. The Million Buddha Mountain continued to crack. Countless Buddhist inscriptions dimmed and then dissipated. A powerful force was awakening within the mountain. Evidently, there was more than just the Million Buddha Palace sealed within the Million Buddha Mountain. Many experts nearby stared at the Million Buddha Mountain. The seal's power was weakening. If the legendary immortal Golden Buddha tree rushed out, they would take action immediately. The immortal Golden Buddha tree had the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. This immortal Golden Buddha tree might be average in other aspects, but its ability to escape was unparalleled. Even an extreme grade supreme would be envious of the immortal Golden Buddha tree, let alone a quasi-supreme. Moreover, among those who came, other than the quasi-supreme, there were also true extreme grade supremes. As long as they hid well and sealed their extreme grade power, the heavenly punishment would not befall them. Of course, it was also dangerous for a true extreme grade sovereign to appear in the heavenly realm. If they were accidentally killed by a quasi-sovereign expert, then they would really be extremely unlucky. Kill. At this time, Hong Tiantu roared and swung the sledgehammer in his hand towards the Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord. Hong Tiantu's strength was boundless. Because he cultivated the Hong family's body refining technique, his strength and physique were few in the quasi-supremacy realm. The Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord didn't want to confront Hong Tiantu head-on because he knew that he was far inferior to this big guy in terms of strength. Confronting him head-on was no different from courting death. Whoosh! The Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord flapped his wings and immediately turned into a golden light, dodging the attack. Boom! Hong Tiantu's hammer struck empty air, causing the void there to explode. A huge black hole appeared between heaven and earth. Clang! At the same time, the Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord flapped his wings, and rays of golden light rushed out from them. The sound of metal clanging rang out incessantly. The Golden Buddha light transformed into terrifying sword light. Each sword light sliced through the void and pierced towards Hong Tiantu. Is this all you've got? Hong Tiantu didn't block the piercing sword light at all. He let the sword light hit his body. In the next moment, the sword light collapsed. What? The Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord was shocked to see this scene. Every sword light he shot out was enough to cut down the stars in the sky and break the incomparably stable void of the heaven realm. However, such a powerful sword light couldn't break Hong Tiantu's defense. It couldn't even cut through his skin. What a powerful Taoist body. How is it compared to you? Old Tortoise asked Gu Fei. Tisk, it's not comparable to me at all, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Even if the Hong family's body refining technique was cultivated to the extreme, it could only be cultivated to the extreme grade Taoist body. However, his Taoist body had surpassed the extreme grade. You keep pretending. Why don't you go and fight with that guy? Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said. He actually didn't know that Gu Fei had surpassed the extreme grade in the ancestral realm and became an eternal supremacy. If it wasn't for the battle with the first demon of the ancestral realm, where that guy used his life to open the reincarnation cycle and cut off his cultivation, Gu Fei would have become a carefree eternal supremacy long ago. You want me to fight? Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise and suddenly revealed a trace of an evil smile. Why are you looking at me like that? Old Tortoise was taken aback and instantly retreated 1,000 miles away. You're quite fast at escaping, aren't you? Gu Fei shook his head. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the sky. Gu Fei lifted his head and saw a golden figure descending from the starry sky. It was like a golden star descending from the sky towards the western desert. Rumble, a demonic city, followed closely behind the golden figure and slammed down. Everywhere it passed, the void was directly shattered and annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. A monstrous, baleful aura spread in all directions. The surrounding stars kept exploding. The demon city displayed a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth. The surrounding experts were a little shocked. The master of purgatory of the extreme west was indeed powerful. He could actually defeat the Golden Buddha of the Western Desert. The Golden Buddha was definitely the strongest existence in the Western Desert. He could fight against a quasi-supremacy, boundless Buddhist Dharma. At this moment, an old voice suddenly came from the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain. In the next moment, a saber light shot up from the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain and slashed towards the demon city that was pressing down from the sky. The saber light shot thousands of miles, as if it could split the entire world in half. Gu Fei sensed a familiar aura. Buddhist saber? Gu Fei frowned. It seemed that the 3 supreme Buddhist weapons that were taken away were all in Myriad Buddha Mountain. Now that the Buddha saber had appeared, it was a supreme Buddhist weapon that was extremely powerful. Of course, in the heavenly realm, it was impossible for a supreme Buddhist weapon to appear. However, the power of this saber was not something that just anyone could withstand. Even if it was the eternal Buddha, I would not be afraid, much less an incarnation. Lord Lifeless Purgatory's arrogant laughter came from the demon city that was descending from the sky. The entire demon city was a supreme Tao artifact. That year, it was the eternal Buddha, Lord, who personally sealed the 7 great evils that wreaked havoc in the heavenly realm into the extreme Western Purgatory. Countless years had passed, and the 7 great evils had become the current 7 great Western Purgatory masters. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the Buddha saber that shot up to the sky ruthlessly slashed down on the demon city. It was unknown how long the ancient devil cities had existed. Each of them was a supreme Tao treasure, and they were the greatest reliance of the Purgatory Lord. Only when the Purgatory Lord became one with the devil cities would he be able to unleash his greatest combat prowess. Boom! With a loud sound, the demon city was blocked. The fiendish aura descending from the demon city was broken by the saber light and dissipated in the void. The Buddha light dissipated, and a huge Buddha saber appeared in the sky above the demon city. The fiendish power was too strong. The eternal Buddha Purgatory's master actually grabbed the huge Buddha saber with one hand. Man and city combined, invincible. Shatter! Wu Shang roared angrily. The power that the entire demon city had accumulated for countless years was activated by him. Then it gathered towards the hand that grabbed the Buddha saber. Clang! The Buddha saber in the sky actually broke into pieces. Grab the Buddha saber and shatter it? Gu Fei was slightly moved. This extreme Western Purgatory's master was indeed capable. Man and city combined could actually unleash such powerful power. Were these people not afraid of attracting the heavenly punishment? Just as Gu Fei thought of this, thunder rumbled from the depths of the sky, and a terrifying destructive power descended from the depths of the sky. Under this destructive aura, all living beings in the world were terrified. Even the quasi-supremes from the heaven domain and the experts from the primogenitor realm felt their hearts palpitate. The destructive power that descended from the sky could actually threaten them, especially the quasi-supremes from the ancestral realm, and even the supremes who had their cultivation sealed. They all felt a great threat. This world has the power to kill extreme supremes. It's true. The experts from the primogenitor's realm finally witnessed the power of this world that could kill an extreme grade sovereign. I thought that power didn't exist. I didn't expect. Yi Bei-chen of the Yi family from the primogenitor realm looked up into the sky. His expression was a little complicated. He was a king supreme. However, at this moment he realized that this world actually had such power. Yi Beichen believed that even if he unsealed himself and displayed his strongest power, he wouldn't be able to survive under this power. At this moment, a huge hand suddenly reached out from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain. This huge hand grabbed at the void. Countless Buddhist lights gathered from all directions and turned into a Buddhist saber. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Buddhist saber that Master of Void Death Purgatory had shattered actually reassembled and was intact. That is a supreme Buddhist weapon refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. How can it be destroyed so easily? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Even if he wanted to destroy the extreme grade Dao treasure, he had to recover his extreme grade Dao cultivation base. However, the undying Purgatory Master's current strength seemed to have exceeded the limit allowed by heaven's punishment. Rumble! At this moment, bolts of destructive lightning descended from the depths of the sky, bombarding the demon city. Come! I want to see what this heavenly punishment can do to me. Master of Void Death Purgatory laughed crazily. He didn't care about the heavenly punishment at all. However, the next moment he couldn't laugh anymore. When the destructive lightning slammed into the immortal Devil City, it actually blasted out huge holes. The immortal Devil City that had existed for countless years actually couldn't block these lightning bolts. How is this possible? Master of Void Death Purgatory's expression changed drastically. Courting death. Chapter 40, 385. Everyone was shocked that the Master of Void Death Purgatory dared to challenge the heavenly punishment. They could not believe it. What did the heavenly punishment represent to the supreme beings of the heavenly realm and the human realm? It represented death. No one dared to challenge the heavenly punishment except for the old tortoise. However, the old tortoise did not challenge the heavenly punishment with his own strength. The price of challenging the heavenly punishment was too high. If the old tortoise had a chance to choose again, he would not have challenged the heavenly punishment. Boom! An earth-shattering boom drowned out all other sounds, and the destructive lightning that fell from the depths of the sky directly blasted into the demonic city in the sky. Every bolt of lightning that struck the demon city left a huge hole in the walls. Even though the demon city had accumulated power for countless years, it could not withstand a single blow. Soon, the entire demon city was riddled with holes from the heavenly punishment's lightning. Roar! A bolt of lightning descended, and a bone dragon that rushed out of the demon city was directly turned into ashes. This ferocious evil was very strong, and its cultivation was almost at the level of a quasi-sovereign. However, it could not even hold on for a breath under the heavenly punishment's lightning strike. Its body and soul were destroyed, and it turned into ashes. Preposterous! The Master of Void Death Purgatory roared. He tried his best to activate the power of the demon city to fight against the heavenly punishment. However, it was all in vain. He could only watch helplessly as his subordinates were annihilated by the power of heavenly punishment, yet he was powerless to do anything. How can he be so strong? The Master of Void Death Purgatory's hair was disheveled, and he looked like he had gone mad. He should not have been so arrogant as to think that he could fight against the heavenly punishment. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Boom! A lightning strike suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the Master of Void Death Purgatory. The Master of Void Death Purgatory fell from the sky into the demon city and smashed into the demon city, Lord Residence. Boom! The huge demon city, Lord Residence, exploded. It was destroyed by the Master of Void Death Purgatory. More than half of the ferocious evils in the city, Lord's Mansion, were killed or injured in an instant. Some ferocious evils were lucky enough to escape, but in the next moment they were all killed by the heavenly punishment lightning that descended from the sky. Roar! Life, Death, Purgatory Master flew into the sky. The left side of his body had disappeared. His wound was scorched black and was still smoking. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, especially the Void Dust Purgatory Master. No one knew better than him how powerful and terrifying the void, dust purgatory master was. Among the 7 purgatory masters of the extreme Western purgatory, the lifeless purgatory master was definitely one of the top 3. Even the void, dust purgatory master was not his match. However, even the powerful master of lifeless purgatory could not fight back. He was beaten like a dog by the heavenly punishment. "You're courting death." Gu Fei shook his head. Even he didn't dare to go against the power of sky punishment. This purgatory master was so arrogant that he could ignore sky punishment. He was truly overestimating himself. "This guy is hopeless." Old Turtle came to Gu Fei's side and said gloatingly, "The purgatory masters of the extreme Western purgatory were all peerless beasts. Although they could not compare to the great beast Qian Huang, they were not far off. Moreover, there were 7 purgatory masters in the extreme Western purgatory. If the 7 of them attacked together, even the great beast Qian Huang had to flee. The 7 great beasts of the extreme Western purgatory were existences that could compete with extreme supremes. When man and city became one, they could unleash the ultimate combat power of extreme supremes. The eternal Buddhist master was able to seal the 7 great beasts of the extreme Western purgatory alone. It was indeed impressive. Ordinary extreme supremes could not do it. Not even kings of supreme could. Yi Beiqin of the Yi family of the ancestral realm was nearby. He knew that if he fought against the current life-death purgatory master, he would only be able to fight to a draw. To determine a winner, they would have to fight to the death. Moreover, it was hard to say who would live and who would die. "I didn't expect there to be such a person in this world," Yi Beiqin muttered. Yi Beiqin muttered. Ever since he crossed realms and entered this world, he vaguely felt that this world was different from the others. In his eyes, the resources of this superior world were considerable. With the strength of the Yi family, they could not devour everything. This place was not like those savage worlds. The living beings here knew how to cultivate, and quite a few supremes of the extreme Tao had been born here. Moreover, what surprised Yi Beiqin was that this world seemed to have many secrets. Some places could even devour the experts of the ancestral realm. There was also a power that enveloped the entire world. It was called heavenly punishment by the people of this world. The power of heavenly punishment could kill supremes. Yi Beiqin did not believe it at first, and thought that the people of this world were exaggerating. However, it seemed that the power of heavenly punishment was truly terrifying. The people of this world were not exaggerating. The might displayed by the power of the heavenly punishment left Yi Beiqin extremely shocked. This was a powerful force that even he could not contend against. According to my estimation, I'm afraid that only the old ancestor of my race can contend against this power. Perhaps existences in the extreme mystic realms can also contend against it. However, even in the ancestral realm, the extreme mystic realms are rare existences. Moreover, those fellows do not have time to care about other things. They only want to take that step forward. Yi Beiqin muttered to himself. He was a king supreme and a genius that the Yi family had nurtured. He naturally knew many secrets of the ancestral realm. The old ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Qingtian, also thought highly of this junior of his. Yi Qingtian walked on a different eternal path. Yi Beiqin knew about the existence of the eternal realm. He was also very clear that the supreme existences in the extreme mystic realms all wanted to achieve eternity. Such supreme existences could not cross realms and enter this world. Therefore, in Yi Beiqin's opinion, the power of heavenly punishment in this world was invincible. Of course, he did not think that there were existences at the extreme mystic realms in this world. Kill. At this time, the master of undying purgatory could not back down. He could only fight against the power of heavenly punishment. However, he had already guessed the result of fighting against heavenly punishment. Boom! The demon city shook. Countless murderous energy erupted from the demon city and swept into the sky. The destructive lightning that descended from the sky was actually blocked. The master of undying purgatory's Tao body had also been completely restored. This fellow! At the sight of this, everyone was astonished. The combat power of the extreme Western purgatory master was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the existence of the power of heaven's punishment, this fellow would probably be able to sweep across the entire heaven world by himself. At this time, many experts arrived. A dragon roar resounded through the sky. A dragon shadow that was even larger than a mountain broke through the clouds and rushed over. It stopped in the sky 10,000 miles away from the myriad Buddha mountain. The dragon's shadow dissipated, and a figure appeared in the void. It's him? When Gu Fei saw the person, his eyes lit up. This fellow was one of his opponents in the past. He was Azure Dragon from the Azure Dragon clan, one of the 4 great sacred clans in the human world. Back then, Azure Dragon could compete with Gu Fei. Naturally, his cultivation was not that weak. Today, Gu Fei could tell that Azure Dragon had also cultivated to the quasi-supreme realm. This fellow was impressive, but compared to him, he was still far from it. One should know that if Yi Fuqian hadn't been forced into the reincarnation cycle by the first demon ancestor, that lunatic, he would have become a truly invincible eternal sovereign long ago. Even if Yi Fuqian started from the beginning again, he would have already cultivated to the quasi-supreme realm. Gu Fei! When Azure Dragon saw Gu Fei, he couldn't help but be stunned. In the next moment, his eyes actually emitted a light that was even more dazzling than the stars in the sky. This fellow, Gu Fei, couldn't help but shake his head. As soon as Azure Dragon saw him, his battle intent exploded. Did this fellow want to fight with him? At this moment, another figure appeared in the distant sky. It was an incomparably powerful figure. The aura emitted from his body caused the surrounding void to tremble and crack after crack in space. Golden-winged little Peng Emperor? Gu Fei saw another familiar face. Just like Azure Dragon, the golden-winged little Peng Emperor also erupted with boundless battle intent the moment he saw Gu Fei. Hey, brother, you seem to have a lot of enemies. Old Tortoise nudged Gu Fei and said, They're not exactly enemies. Gu Fei shook his head. Whether it was the golden-winged little Peng Emperor or Azure Dragon, he didn't view them as enemies. These two were merely opponents he had encountered on the path of cultivation. Of course, Gu Fei knew that he had many enemies in both the heavenly realm and the human realm. The remnants of the primordial era, the descendants of the heavenly demons, and the demons were all Gu Fei's enemies. When enemies met, they would fight to the death. However, when opponents met, they didn't necessarily have to fight to the death. At this moment, the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain suddenly changed. The endless Buddhist light emitted from the mountain peak suddenly disappeared, and 2 figures appeared on the mountain peak. One of them was the golden-bodied Buddha Supreme that had been blasted down from the starry sky by unperishable Purgatory Master. The other was the incarnation of the Millennium Buddha, Lord. The two seemed to be setting up an array. Under their feet was an ancient altar. They're trying to restore the seal's power. Someone exclaimed, We can't let them restore the seal. Everyone was anxious. Once the seal of Myriad Buddha Mountain was restored, the Myriad Buddha Palace would be sealed back into Myriad Buddha Mountain. The legendary immortal golden Buddha tree that the Millennium Buddha Lord had obtained would also be sealed inside. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy this Myriad Buddha Mountain. Someone yelled out. In the next moment, a huge seal soared into the sky and blasted towards the Myriad Buddha Mountain from afar. Powerful, quasi-supreme level energy. Fluctuations erupted from the Tao treasure. That's right, destroy this Myriad Buddha Mountain. Someone shouted. Then, another quasi-supreme Tao treasure blasted towards the Myriad Buddha Mountain. It was a divine pearl that emitted endless divine light like a divine sun, illuminating the entire world. Then let's destroy it. Chapter 40, 386. The Myriad Buddha Palace was the palace left behind by the Millennium Buddhist Lord in the heavenly realm. The Millennium Buddhist Lord was one of the strongest supremes of the ancient human race. He created the Buddhist cultivation system and cultivated the ultimate Buddha physique that was known as undying and indestructible. However, the Millennium Buddhist Lord eventually disappeared. The Buddhist palace and the Buddhist Tao weapon that he left behind became the target of countless experts. Everyone wanted a supreme Buddhist weapon. The Millennium Buddhist Lord's palace contained the most ancient inheritance of the Buddhist sect. Whoever obtained the Myriad Buddha Palace would have the opportunity to inherit the Millennium Buddhist Lord's inheritance. That was but an extreme Tao inheritance, something even a half-supreme being's eyes would go red over, going crazy over. Even an extreme Tao supremacy would want to obtain the Myriad Buddha Palace. One must know that after obtaining this supreme inheritance, one would be able to establish their own sect. Rumble. At this time, the power of the heavenly punishment was still increasing. The Devil City and Master of Void, Death, Purgatory were already enveloped by the heavenly punishment lightning. Roar! Master of Void, Death, Purgatory roared crazily. An extremely powerful evil force erupted from his body to fight against the heavenly punishment. Under his feet was the Devil City that had been bombarded by the heavenly punishment lightning. There were no intact houses in the entire Devil City. Even the place where the City Lord's mansion was located had been replaced by a stretch of ruins. Countless great beasts were constantly bombarded by the heavenly punishment lightning, instantly turning into ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. There are so many people hiding in this Devil City. Gu Fei watched from afar. The power of the heavenly punishment had been erupting for almost an hour. However, there were still great beasts rushing out of the Devil City and being bombarded by the power of the heavenly punishment. These purgatory masters are not simple. Old Tortoise stared at the figure in the sky above the Devil City and said with a serious expression, "However, so what if they are not simple? Under the heavenly punishment, they are dead for sure. You are still not going to make a move? Those fellows are about to break through the Myriad Buddha Mountain and rush in." Gu Fei crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. He had no intention of making a move at all. Boom! Bang! One quasi-supreme level Tao artifact after another tore through the void, bombarding the Myriad Buddha Mountain. The violent power shook the world, causing the entire Myriad Buddha Mountain to shake violently. The Buddhist runes on the mountain emitted a resplendent Buddhist light, condensing a powerful Buddhist energy to resist the attack of the quasi-supreme Tao artifact. However, the Buddha inscriptions on the mountain gradually began to dim. The attacks of the quasi-supreme Tao artifact were constantly wearing down the sealing power of the Myriad Buddha Mountain. At this time, on the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain, the avatar of the Golden Buddha Sovereign and the Eternal Buddha Lord were doing their best to repair the seal. Buddhist runes kept rushing out of the bodies of the two Buddhist experts. These Buddha patterns entered the altar beneath their feet and then appeared on the surface of the Myriad Buddha Mountain, constantly repairing the collapsed Buddha patterns. However, the speed at which the Buddhist inscriptions were being repaired was far slower than the speed at which the seal was collapsing. The power of the Myriad Buddha Mountain seal was continuously weakening. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire seal collapsed. What's the rush? Let's watch the show first. The old tortoise wasn't in a hurry to make a move. The materials needed to repair the supreme sovereign seal might be found in the Myriad Buddha Palace. But he wasn't in a hurry. Who in the heaven realm could resist him and Gu Fei together? The old tortoise was very shrewd. With Gu Fei around, he wasn't in a hurry. This tortoise shell is really hard. A quasi-supreme from the primogenitor realm roared. The quasi-supreme controlled a godly pearl that looked like a sun and crazily bombarded a crack on the Myriad Buddha Mountain. The power of extreme yang erupted from the godly pearl, causing the crack on the Myriad Buddha Mountain to become bigger and bigger. The others were also bombarding the crack on the Myriad Buddha Mountain, because the crack on the mountain was the weakest part of the seal. there are actually 23 quasi-supreme attacking. At this time, Gu Fei was also a little surprised. The myriad Buddha pilgrimage of the Western Desert Buddhist lands, myriad Buddha mountain, had actually attracted so many quasi-supreme existences. Moreover, these were only the quasi-supreme attacking. There were still many experts watching. Buddha is merciful. Just as the group of quasi-supreme was bombarding the myriad Buddha mountain, a Buddhist chant was heard. Then a golden figure rushed to the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain. This old baldy finally couldn't sit still anymore. The old tortoise said, "The existence that rushed to the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain was the true #1 expert of Shilin ancient temple, Buddha Ranbei." The moment Buddha Ranbei rushed to the altar, his appearance suddenly changed. He became younger and younger, and his skin turned golden. "He's also a golden Buddha Supreme?" The old tortoise was a little surprised. This guy was already a quasi-supreme when he wasn't displaying his golden body. Now that he was a golden Buddha Supreme, this guy's cultivation actually soared to the peak of quasi-supreme. With this kind of cultivation, if he used a supreme Buddhist artifact, he could absolutely do whatever he wanted in the heaven realm and the human realm. Boom! In the next moment, endless Buddhist light appeared again. This Buddhist light was different from the Buddhist light from before. The Buddhist light that erupted this time turned into extremely sharp saber lights. Every saber light cut through the void of heaven and earth. The power that erupted had reached the limit allowed by the heavenly punishment. All the quasi-supreme Tao artifacts that were attacking the myriad Buddha mountain were directly slashed away by the saber lights that erupted from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain. What? The group of quasi-supreme was shocked. Some of the quasi-supreme with weaker cultivation directly vomited blood and retreated. The Buddhist saber lights continued to descend and blood appeared. A total of 3 quasi-supreme were directly killed by the Buddhist saber lights in the void. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Whoosh! A saber light actually slashed towards Gu Fei. It was like a golden rainbow piercing through the sky, capable of destroying the universe. It displayed an extremely powerful might. Humph! Gu Fei casually waved his hand, and the blade light, which could kill a quasi-supremacy, shattered in the void. There was also a saber light that slashed towards Old Tortoise. This guy couldn't be bothered to move at all and allowed the saber light to hit his body. The moment the saber light hit him, it actually shattered. It didn't even cut through his clothes. The surrounding experts were inexplicably shocked to see these two fellas easily block the peerless saber light that erupted from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain. Gu Fei is Gu Fei after all. The way Azure Dragon looked at Gu Fei changed. This strongest opponent seemed to be unimaginably powerful. He was afraid that he still wasn't Gu Fei's match. The little Peng Emperor's expression was also extremely solemn. He narrowly escaped death and obtained a great fortune. His cultivation broke through to the quasi-supreme realm. He originally thought that he could compete with Gu Fei this time, but now it seemed that he still underestimated Gu Fei and overestimated himself. Endless saber lights erupted from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain, forcing countless experts to retreat. However, there were also some abnormal existences that completely ignored this peerless saber light. Chapter 40, 387. Master of Mortal Purgatory would not survive. Even Gu Fei thought that this guy was overestimating himself. There was only one outcome for challenging the heavenly punishment, and that was the destruction of both body and soul, unless Master of Mortal Purgatory was at the extreme mystic realm. However, it was obvious that Master of Mortal Purgatory was not at the extreme mystic realm. Boom! With an earth-shattering clap of thunder, a huge bolt of lightning that connected heaven and earth came crashing down from the sky. An extremely terrifying figure of destruction followed the lightning. That is, Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw that figure. He was not unfamiliar with this figure. He felt a familiar aura and power. Lightning ancestor? Gu Fei muttered. The figure that fell into master of mortal purgatory's demon city with the lightning was the extreme lightning ancestor. More accurately, it was an incarnation of the lightning ancestor. Lightning ancestor, the progenitor of the thunder race. The power of the heavenly punishment actually had his power. This made Gu Fei vaguely understand something. He had long felt that the heavenly punishment was not simple. He also thought that the heavenly punishment was much more terrifying than the heavenly Tao and could easily kill an extreme supremacy. What kind of power was controlling the heavenly punishment? But now he was starting to understand. Gathering the power of the supremacies. Gu Fei muttered to himself, "What are you talking about?" Old Turtle looked at Gu Fei in surprise. Before Gu Fei could speak, a huge explosion came from Master of Mortal Purgatory's demon city. The next moment, the entire demon city shook. The extremely terrifying power of the lightning Tao exploded. This power easily reached the peak of the extreme Tao realm. Boom! The entire Devil City exploded. Even the sky was blasted open, creating a huge hole. A terrifying pressure spread out in all directions, causing all the experts to be terrified to the extreme. This power was many times stronger than the sealing power of the myriad Buddha mountain. The eruption of the power directly caused the arrogant quasi-supremacies to vomit blood and fly back. Even an extreme supremacy had to retreat. Only Gu Fei and the Old Turtle didn't move. Even King Supreme Yi Beichen of the primogenitor realms, Yi clan shot up into the sky and into the distance. The power of Tian Fa was very mysterious. Although it was very strong, it did not affect other living beings. Otherwise, if the pressure of the peak of the extreme Tao were to spread out, not to mention the western desert Buddhist land, even the living beings of the heavenly realm would probably die. The heavenly punishment would only target those who triggered it. It would not harm the innocent. Gu Fei had already guessed why the heavenly punishment existed. The heavenly punishment suppressed all extreme Tao powers and was actually protecting the countless living beings in the heaven realm. Because if there was no heavenly punishment, once an extreme grade expert started a war in the heaven realm, not only would the billions of lives in the heaven realm be plunged into misery and suffering, but the entire heaven realm would also be destroyed. At this time, as the demon city was destroyed, Mortal Death Purgatory Master, who had become one with the city, also exploded. He did not even have time to scream before his body and soul were destroyed. A ball of lightning exploded, directly obliterating all the evil power. In the next moment, the bolt of lightning instantly vanished, and it transformed into a blurry figure that shot into the sky and vanished into the depths of the sky. What happened? Although many people saw this, they did not know what happened. Even Yi Beichen of the Yi family in the primogenitor realm could not see anything. Only Gu Fei understood the reason behind this. He died just like that. At this time, seeing Mortal Death Purgatory Master die under the heavenly punishment, the Void Dust Purgatory Master almost peed his pants. That was Mortal Death Purgatory Master, one of the 7 purgatories. He is much stronger than me. Thinking of this, the Void Dust Purgatory Master's heart became even colder. He already had the intention to retreat. At this time, at the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain, the 2 Golden Buddha Venerables and the ancient Buddha Master's incarnation worked together to reopen the Myriad Buddha Mountain seal. In the next moment, countless Buddha patterns rushed out of the sacrificial altar under their feet. The Buddha power was vast in the sky and on the ground. Countless Buddha patterns interweaved to form a giant net, covering the entire Myriad Buddha Mountain. What? Someone couldn't sit still any longer. Once this huge Buddha pattern net completely enveloped the entire Myriad Buddha Mountain, wouldn't it directly repair the seal on the Myriad Buddha Mountain? This way, it would be difficult for anyone to enter the Myriad Buddha Palace. Ridiculous, this group of bald donkeys, someone directly cursed. Let me try it. At this time, Yi Beichen was about to attack. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of divine light. This divine light instantly turned into a heavenly sword which pierced the giant Buddha light net. Everyone watched this scene nervously. The moment the heavenly sword pierced the Buddhist light net, it actually exploded. The power of the sword instantly surpassed the extreme grade. Above the sky, a destructive divine light immediately descended. The power of the heavenly punishment was activated. However, at the same time the power of the heavenly punishment descended, the exploded heavenly sword had already torn a huge hole in the giant Buddha light net. However, strangely, the power of the heavenly punishment only erased the power that surpassed the extreme grade from the explosion of the heavenly sword. It did not target Yi Bei-chin. Many people were shocked. They did not know how this fellow could avoid the heavenly punishment. This fellow! Gu Fei looked at Yi Bei-chin with a solemn expression. He did not expect Yi Bei-chin to think of a way to deal with the heavenly punishment so quickly. It was really surprising. Among everyone present, only Gu Fei could see through Yi Bei-chin. When this fellow spat out the heavenly sword and pierced the giant Buddha light net, he had already erased the mark that belonged to him on it. The exploded heavenly sword no longer had any connection with Yi Bei-chin. It was precisely because of this that Yi Bei-chin could avoid the heavenly punishment. Yi Bei-chin laughed and directly rushed into the giant Buddha light net through the big hole. When everyone saw this, they also turned into conveyance lights and rushed into the giant Buddha light net. What? The Buddhist experts could not sit still when they saw the scene. On the myriad Buddha mountain, beams of powerful Buddha light rushed out continuously. In each beam of Buddha light, there was a Buddhist clan expert. These Buddhist clan experts blocked the experts who were rushing towards the myriad Buddha mountain. Without any unnecessary words, those experts started fighting with the experts from the Buddhist sects. At this time, Yi Bei-chin sent a Buddhist expert flying with a punch and landed on the myriad Buddha mountain. He then punched a big hole in the mountain and directly rushed into the mountain. "Let's go and join in the fun," Gu Fei said as he took a step forward. In an instant, he passed through the giant Buddha light net and arrived on the myriad Buddha mountain. Just as he landed on the myriad Buddha mountain, he was surrounded by 3 Buddhist sect powerhouses. "Sir, please go back." The middle-aged Buddhist expert, who was the leader, stared at Gu Fei and said, "Please go back? Haha, what a joke. The 2 of us are not fools who enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed." Old Tortoise laughed and landed on the myriad Buddha mountain. "That's right. How can we return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain?" Chapter 40, 388. The Western Desert Buddhism sect made a big move. Countless Buddhist inscriptions rushed out from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain. The Buddhist inscriptions interweaved into a net, trying to trap the entire myriad Buddha mountain. The result of the Buddhist experts' actions was to repair the damaged seal of the myriad Buddha mountain in one fell swoop. Once the seal of the myriad Buddha mountain was repaired, even a supreme martial artist would not be able to break it. Moreover, who in the heavenly realm would dare to use the power of the supreme martial artist? The master of lifeless purgatory, who was blasted into pieces by the heavenly punishment lightning, was the best example. Even the King Supreme Yi Bei-chin from the ancestral realms, Yi family did not dare to undo the seal on his body and restore his King Supreme martial artist cultivation. Once the seal of the myriad Buddha mountain was repaired, the myriad Buddha palace would be sealed within the mountain. No one would be able to enter the myriad Buddha palace. Therefore, everyone could not sit still. Hong Tiantu, from the ancestral realms Hong family, was even crazier. He waved his sledgehammer and attacked the myriad Buddha mountain. Anyone who stood in his way was blown away by him. Roar! Hong Tiantu roared and waved his sledgehammer crazily, smashing it on the mountain. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the mountain that he had smashed actually cracked open one after another. Open! Hong Tiantu waved his sledgehammer crazily and smashed it again. Boom! With a loud bang, the place that was smashed by Hong Tiantu's sledgehammer collapsed. A large hole appeared in the mountain, Through the hole, Hong Tiantu could clearly see the connected palaces inside. "Haha, here I come." Hong Tiantu laughed out loud and directly rushed into the mountain. When the others saw this scene, they were shocked to the extreme. The powerhouses from the primogenitor realm were indeed powerful. Everyone attacked the myriad Buddha mountain with all their might as though they were on steroids. In an instant, the myriad Buddha mountain was filled with divine light and powerful energy. Waves shook the earth. At this time, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had also arrived at the myriad Buddha mountain. However, they were stopped by a middle-aged monk. "Scram!" Old Tortoise waved his sleeve, and the Buddhist expert was sent flying. He coughed out blood continuously. This was just a casual wave from Old Tortoise. Seeing this scene, the other experts were all taken aback. "Come on, let's go in as well." Gu Fei raised his hand and blasted a big hole in the 1,000 Buddha mountain in front of him. A stream of pure essence of the world immediately gushed out from the big hole. "There's a universe inside." Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Old Tortoise also rushed in. "This is a restricted area of the Buddha Palace. All non-Buddhist disciples, scram!" At this moment, a loud shout came from the palace in front of them. In the next moment, an extremely powerful Buddhist energy erupted from the palace. In the next moment, cries of shock and agony filled the air. Many experts who had barged in were sent flying by this Buddhist energy. Humph! With a wave of his right hand, Gu Fei easily dispersed the powerful Buddhist energy that was rushing towards him. Then he took another step forward and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the palace. Acting all mysterious, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed down. Rumble! The void trembled and a hand appeared above the palace. The entire world suddenly darkened and shrouded the entire place. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. It was fine if Gu Fei did not make a move, but once he did, it was earth-shattering. "Ha! Gu Fei, don't waste your energy." A burst of laughter suddenly came from the palace below. "Ha!" Gu Fei frowned when he heard this, but he still slammed his palm down. This was definitely an extremely shocking scene. Covering the sky with one hand and killing the enemy was not something that an ordinary quasi-supreme being could perform. Everyone watched nervously. Just as Gu Fei's huge hand was about to hit the palace below, a ball of Buddhist light suddenly emerged from below and directly enveloped the entire palace. Boom! Gu Fei's huge hand directly hit the layer of Buddhist light. In the next moment, the layer of Buddhist light shook violently and countless Buddhist patterns appeared on it. He blocked it. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene, especially Old Tortoise, who knew Gu Fei's strength. Gu Fei's palm showed the strength of a peak quasi-supreme being. However, the protective formation of the Buddha Palace could block a blow from a peak quasi-supreme being. This is interesting. Gu Fei laughed. If it was so easy to break the seal of the Buddha Palace, there would be no fun at all. Rumble! The huge hand that Gu Fei struck dissipated in the void. He took a step and directly returned to Old Tortoise's side. "What should we do?" Gu Fei said to Old Tortoise. "What else can we do? Let's do nothing." Old Tortoise shrugged and said, if even Gu Fei could not break the seal of the Buddha Palace, it was even more impossible for him. Then let's watch the show first. As Gu Fei said this, he directly took out 2 chairs and a small wooden table from his inner world. He then took out some celestial fruits and ate the fruits while watching the show. Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and was speechless. He also sat down and grabbed a bunch of celestial fruits to eat. These 2 guys, the group of experts, looked at Gu Fei and Old Tortoise as if they were looking at monsters. These 2 guys really knew how to enjoy life. Even at this time, they were still watching the show. "Let's work together to break the seal." Yi Beichen's voice was heard. Then he rushed out and joined forces with the other 2 experts. Violent energy directly surged into his body. "Kill!" Yi Beichen roared and directly slashed at the palace below with all his strength. Whoosh! The extremely sharp sword light descended from the sky and directly landed on the defensive Buddha light on the palace. Where the sword light passed, the layer of Buddha light was directly cut open. However, the cut was not very big, and it was not big enough for a person to pass through. A king of Supreme Being is indeed a king of Supreme Being. Gu Fei sighed. Yi Beichen still had some tricks up his sleeve. Again, Yi Beichen roared. In the next moment, the two experts from the ancestral realm directly appeared behind Yi Beichen. Then, they each pressed their palms on Yi Beichen's back. These two experts from the ancestral realm actually passed their cultivation to Yi Beichen. Roar! Yi Beichen roared at the sky. Heaven and earth trembled, and violent energy waves spread from his body. His long hair danced wildly, and his eyes were extremely terrifying. Open for me,